value in the last 15 years, lifting 415 million people out of poverty. That progress has now moved on to a higher level with ambitious socio-economic initiatives covering financial inclusion, food and nutrition, health and water supply, as well as energy and housing. We are seeking to demonstrate that social welfare need not be the sole prerogative of the developed world. Excellencies, programs underway in India highlight the transformational role of digital delivery of public goods. It has facilitated scaling up, it has enhanced efficiency, and it has combated corruption. The national objective of leaving no one behind is forging ahead in so many dimensions. Moreover, the democratization of technology has opened mindsets, instilled confidence, and inspired innovations. Excellencies, in our deliberations, we often advocate the promotion of a rules-based order. From time to time, respect for the UN Charter is also invoked. But for all the talk, it is still a few nations who shape the agenda and seek to define the norms. This cannot go on indefinitely, nor will it go unchallenged. A fair, equitable, and democratic order will surely emerge once we all put our minds to it. And for a start, that means ensuring that rule makers do not subjugate rule takers. After all, rules will work only when they apply equally to all. Mr. President, we must never again allow an injustice like vaccine apartheid to recur. Climate action, too, cannot continue to witness an evasion of historical responsibilities. The power of markets should not be utilized to steer food and energy from the needy to the wealthy. Nor must we countenance that political convenience determines responses to terrorism, extremism, and violence. Similarly, respect for territorial integrity and non-interference in internal affairs cannot be exercises in cherry-picking. When reality departs from the rhetoric, we must have the courage to call it out. Without genuine solidarity, there can never be real trust. This is very much the sentiment of the Global South. Next year, the United Nations will be hosting the Summit of the Future. This should serve as a serious opportunity to drive change, champion fairness, and reform multilateralism, including the expansion of the Security Council memberships. We must address global challenges imbued with the conviction that we are one Earth and one family with one future. Excellencies, friends, India has entered the Amrit Kal, a quarter century where greater progress and transformation awaits us. We are confident that our talent and creativity, now so visibly unleashed, will power us forward. The world saw a glimpse of what is to come when our Chandrayaan-3 landed on the moon. Today, our message to the world is in digitally enabled governance and delivery, in the widening ambit of amenities and services, in rapidly growing infrastructure, and in our energetic startup culture. It is visible too in vibrant cultural expressions, such as in the arts, yoga, wellness, and lifestyle. Our latest assertion is in a path-breaking legislation to reserve 1/3 of the seats for women in our legislatures. Mr. President, I speak for a society where ancient traditions of democracy have struck deep modern roots. As a result, our thinking, approaches, and actions are now more grounded and authentic. As a civilizational polity that embraces modernity, we bring both tradition and technology equally confidently to the table. It is this fusion that today defines India, that is Bharat. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of External Affairs of India. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Kamina Johnson-Smith, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica.
Excellencies, good morning. Mr. President, on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I extend warmest congratulations to you on your election. We are proud to see a son of the Caribbean presiding over this pivotal 78th session of the General Assembly. We share your vision of a world in which trust is rebuilt, global solidarity is reignited, and action is accelerated for the benefit of all our peoples. You can count on our fullest support in this endeavor. Mr. President, we meet at a time when the need for deliberate action is urgently needed on several global fronts. The Secretary General has sounded the alarm and issued strong appeals for greater ambition and action. Young people all over the world have been expressing their frustrations and have been calling for more from us as leaders. We must act now if we are to meet the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of present and future generations. Jamaica has long been committed to ambition and action beyond our size. Notwithstanding our limitations as a small island developing state, and even in the face of enormous challenges, we've made significant strides in recent years in the delivery of peace, prosperity, and progress for our people. This has not been easy. It has required bold, strategic, inclusive, and steady leadership, sustained commitment, hard decisions, and great collective sacrifice. We are a country with a strong track record of peace, democratic traditions, political stability, and respect for human rights. We are also now an economy which is growing in resilience and sustainability, having emerged from the pandemic in acceleration mode, a place where businesses can easily be started and can thrive, where jobs are being created for women and men. Inspired by our motto, out of many, one people, we are building a cohesive society with opportunities for everyone to achieve their potential. Mr. President, peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is a social condition defined by mutual respect and the acknowledgement of our shared humanity. It permits our societies to channel our collective energies towards building a better future for ourselves, our children, and generations to come. In our own journey towards peace, as we tackle the twin-headed monster of crime and violence, Jamaica has invested heavily in the men and women of our security forces and the technology and infrastructure needed to support their work. Improved working conditions, increased mobility, use of forensics, and new legislative tools are delivering results. In this regard, we welcome a 22% reduction in serious crimes since the start of the year. But, Mr. President, we know there is much more to be done. We are committed to using every lawful tool to save lives, to social cohesion, inclusivity, and respect for the inherent dignity of every human being. And these elements are now embedded in the training and capacity building of our security forces. Furthermore, we await the report of the Violence Commission appointed by Prime Minister Andrew Holness to make recommendations for the fundamental, holistic, and inclusive solutions to the multifaceted challenges wrought by violence. We simply cannot, however, win this fight alone. Small island states like ours with porous borders rely on global partnerships to combat trafficking in persons, arms, and drugs. Jamaica does not manufacture guns or ammunition. Countries that do and which serve as major consumers of drugs must do more to prevent their outflow and to fight these elements of transnational organized crime, which have massive impacts on developing countries like ours in the Caribbean region. Last year, in this very hall, Prime Minister Holness called for a war on guns comparable to the war on drugs. As he also said more recently at the International Drug Enforcement Conference, which Jamaica co-hosted, I quote, "The war on drugs must be reciprocated, complemented, and fought in parallel with the war on guns. Our joint efforts not only seek to combat illegal firearms and drugs, but also to fortify international collaboration, reinforcing our pursuit of justice and security. We also recognize the threat posed to peace and security in the digital space, and therefore continue to work to advance our domestic capacity, as well as multilateral efforts to address cybersecurity. We're also honored, therefore, to lead CARICOM's work towards the conclusion of a UN Convention on Cybercrime to buttress global measures. These are not merely high-flown conceptual matters. They have direct implications for the efforts by governments of developing countries like Jamaica to deliver safer communities, real and virtual, in which families can live, work, go to school, and achieve their dreams. Mr. President, on the matter of international peace and security, Jamaica firmly believes that dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation are the most effective pathways to resolving competing interests. Jamaica therefore calls on all nations to prioritize the pursuit of peace over the perpetuation of conflict and aggression. We reiterate our call for an end to the war in Ukraine and urge parties to regional and civil wars to choose dialogue and coexistence over conflict, as it is ordinary people and the most vulnerable people who suffer the devastating consequences of war. We are proud that Latin America and the Caribbean remains a declared zone of peace and a nuclear-free zone. We are, however, gravely concerned about growing global tensions and risks associated with nuclear proliferation, safety, and use. Jamaica reiterates our long-standing position that all states must heed the call for nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation and refrain from the testing, use, and threat of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, I must use this opportunity to reiterate Jamaica's and CARICOM's call for international action to restore order and security in our sister nation, Haiti. It is critical that we all fully support all meaningful efforts to contribute to Haitian-led solutions to the multidimensional and multifaceted challenges with which they are faced. Let me be clear, there are no easy fixes. But let me be equally clear, doing nothing is not an option. Jamaica supports the call for a multinational security support mission to bolster the Haitian National Police in their efforts to vanquish ever-strengthening criminal gangs. Prime Minister Holness has made clear that subject to the relevant Security Council resolution, Jamaica will contribute personnel to such an effort. We listened in Port-au-Prince when we visited with the CARICOM mission earlier this year. We have also heard the clear call of the majority of the Haitian people as reflected in the polls conducted in Haiti by reputable local civil society and international agencies. We therefore urge the permanent members of the Security Council to put aside geopolitical sensitivities and to answer the call of the majority of the Haitian people and their brothers and sisters in the Caribbean region. A United Nations Security Council Chapter 7 resolution authorizing a multinational security support mission must be adopted without further delay. We join CARICOM's commendations of President Ruto for Kenya's steadfast commitment to lead such a mission, and welcome the offers from other countries, including from our own region. We call on other capable countries, other capable regions, to lend their financial, human, logistical, and in-kind support to ensure that the mission on which we must embark will be effective in delivering peace and stability for the people of Haiti. Despite the many competing issues, Jamaica cannot be more clear. Ordinary Haitians are suffering. Humanitarian support cannot be distributed in insecurity. Hospitals cannot deliver care in insecurity. Children cannot go to school in insecurity. Men and women cannot go to work in insecurity. Candidates cannot offer themselves for election in insecurity, nor can citizens vote in insecurity. The situation can and will become even worse if we do not act without delay. Peace and reasonable stability are indisputably necessary preconditions for each and every aspect of support, short, medium, and long-term development in Haiti, including the holding of free and fair elections. Rest assured, Excellencies, that only chaos will reign if the international community remains distracted and fails to act. We must meet the moment. Jamaica will also continue to lend its support to the CARICOM Eminent Persons Group as they work with the Haitian government and stakeholders towards a Haitian-owned solution to the political and governance crisis that has gripped the nation. Having hosted the first EPG meeting with stakeholders in Kingston in May of this year, we remain unwavering in our commitment to working towards a sustainable political outcome. We want Haiti, the first independent Black republic, to be able to deliver for its people the prosperity which they have always deserved. Mr. President, Jamaica itself has been undergoing a significant transformation over the last several years, fostering a growing, sustainable economy. From farm roads to bridges and highways, from wind turbines to solar panels, from fiber optics to satellite connectivity. Increased investment in infrastructure is playing a pivotal role in this transformation. Our efforts to diversify and modernize critical industries such as tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and global services, including BPOs, have yielded substantial results. We have not only increased economic growth, but have also created new employment for our citizens. This year, Jamaica achieved its lowest unemployment rate on record at 4.5%. Fiscal responsibility and prudent economic management have been central to our achievements. We've paid down our debt, expanded revenue by including more people in the formal economy, and improved tax collection. We've established an independent central bank and legislated fiscal rules, creating and ensuring a stable macroeconomic environment. We recognize the need, however, to ensure that there's an appropriate balance between macroeconomic performance and social cohesion so that as many people as possible benefit from growth and stability in the economy. Since April 2022, we've granted the largest increase in minimum wage in the last 20 years, cumulatively amounting to 86%. We've conducted the largest and most comprehensive public sector compensation review, implemented a social pension for the elderly, as well as increased the benefits under and expanded student beneficiaries of our social safety net program. We've also broadened coverage of our National Health Fund and are investing in health infrastructure. Despite several external shocks, our people have remained resilient, and we remain poised for greater growth and development. We've invested heavily in our young people, establishing a new coding academy, providing STEM scholarships for students and student teachers at tertiary institutions, and removing all fees from our National Skills Training Agency up to associate degree level. We're partnering with the private sector for internships and employment to ensure that our young people are not only catalysts, but beneficiaries of sustained economic growth. Jamaica also remains committed to women's economic empowerment, the achievement of gender equality, and the elimination of violence against women and girls. and has embarked on an extensive process of policy and legislative reforms. In February of this year, Jamaica established a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians to bolster our efforts to coalesce around women's issues and ensure that the needs of women and girls are adequately reflected in our legislative framework. On July 1st, the new Sexual Harassment Act came into effect and sensitization sessions have now started. The government has also ramped up mainstreaming of gender perspectives in the development of its policies through the institutionalization of gender focal points across the public sector. Excellencies, Jamaica is working to demonstrate our SDG commitments in action. Mr. President, as a small island developing state, an enabling global environment is essential for Jamaica to build on this foundation. We are proud to have led and participated in global efforts to pursue reform of the international financial architecture and to improve access to affordable financing for development, including climate finance. More work is, however, needed in this regard to facilitate inclusiveness and equity for all states, and particularly for highly indebted, middle-income, vulnerable, small island developing states. We will therefore continue our advocacy to support and build momentum towards ambitious and pragmatic solutions. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index is urgently needed to address the vexed issue of graduation on the basis of per capita income only, and its implications for access to concessional finance and grant funding are critical. We look forward to the report of the high-level expert panel and its early adoption by the international financial community. Mr. President, the pandemic taught us many lessons which we cannot afford to forget. For developing states, it exacerbated previously existing inequities and inequalities within and among states. In terms of trade and services, global tourism and its related sectors were disproportionately impacted as the pandemic exposed their vulnerabilities. Massive global disruptions and unemployment were the result. Jamaica, as a leading tourism destination, recognized and recognizes the global value of resilient tourism for economic, social, and environmental development. Last year, at this very podium, Prime Minister Holness therefore issued the call for the declaration of an annual Global Tourism Resilience Day. I humbly express our sincere gratitude to all member states for answering this call with the General Assembly's designation by consensus of February 17th as Global Tourism Resilience Day. We look forward to collaborating with you in this context on innovations to deepen the resilience of the sector. Mr. President, a strong, robust, and inclusive multilateral system with the United Nations at its center remains the single most effective means of ensuring international cooperation towards a sustainable future. It is the forum in which small states have an equal voice and equal participation in global decision-making. Unfortunately, the multilateral system itself has faced significant challenges over the last few years. The pandemic, a war in Europe, shifting geopolitical tides, and a stubborn resistance to the realities of climate change, to name a few. Defying the odds, however, our collective endeavors have resulted in the adoption of the BB&J agreement in June of this year. As a sustainable ocean economy, the seat of the International Seabed Authority, and the home of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, Jamaica actively participated in the negotiations and looks forward to its early entry into force and effective implementation, towards the sustainable use and conservation of our invaluable ocean resources. Jamaica also welcomes the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which will catalyze action to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. This hard-won victory for sustainable development highlights our shared commitment to protect 30% of terrestrial, coastal, and marine areas by 2030. Both of these landmark agreements attained through multilateral action will make an impactful contribution to furthering our shared objective of benefiting from our natural resources now, but in a way that ensures their sustainability for future generations. As we look forward to COP28, we recall the breakthrough agreement secured at COP27 to establish a loss and damage fund. The work of the Transitional Committee will be vital to ensuring that the fund can be properly structured and operationalized. SIDS are counting on meaningful progress in this regard. We also expect that all states will commit to the achievement of net zero fossil fuel production and to keeping 1.5 alive. We are playing our part through our more ambitious NDCs to bolster our society, economy, and country against the existential threat of climate change. In that regard, we're working assiduously to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to increase reforestation, including through our 3 million trees in 3 years project, to reduce plastic waste, including in the marine environment, to accelerate the energy transition towards renewables, and to address coastal erosion and risks to biodiversity both on land and at sea. Notwithstanding our efforts, the responsibility for effective action is a global one, as the wide-ranging consequences of inaction are equally global. Having just completed the Climate Ambition Summit last week, we urge major and emerging economies to elevate their ambition and to deliver on their commitments under the Paris Agreement. This is a matter of survival for all our countries and peoples, especially in small island developing states. As we therefore prepare for the 4th International SIDS Conference to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in May of 2024, we look forward to assessing the progress to date and the remaining gaps in the implementation of previous plans of action. The conference will also set the agenda for the program of action for the sustainable development of SIDS for the next 10 years. Jamaica looks forward to having tangible outcomes, focusing on the climate crisis, biodiversity, and issues related to debt. Mr. President, as we mark the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, we must channel our fullest efforts towards accelerating achievement of the SDGs through partnerships and a whole-of-society approach. At the SDG Summit last week, we recognized the mutually reinforcing and cross-cutting natures of the SDGs, and that we all must turbocharge our efforts to attain the transformation we need for people, planet, and prosperity. As we all work towards the attainment of the SDGs, Jamaica joins the international community in the unanimous call for ending the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against Cuba. Mr. President, our shared commitment to achieve progress, prosperity, and sustainability for all cannot be fulfilled until we have definitively closed the chapter on slavery and its legacies in our global history. This residual impact of immorality of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade has lingered for far too long, and justice and accountability are long overdue. The systemic imbalances caused by centuries of exploitation constitute the foundation of the persistent underdevelopment which countries like Jamaica have worked hard to overcome. Jamaica, therefore, reaffirms its determination to further the call for the international recognition of reparatory justice as a necessary path to complete healing, restoration of dignity, and progress for people of African descent. Together, we must stride confidently forward in good faith, building on the lessons of that horrific past and moving purposefully towards a common future. Furthermore, Jamaica supports the call for an extension of the International Decade for People of African Descent, as insufficient progress has been made to address racial injustices worldwide. Mr. President, complex global problems demand comprehensive global responses. As we work during this 78th session to achieve and maintain lasting peace, to attain and build shared prosperity, and to accelerate meaningful progress and sustainability, Jamaica will remain hopeful that together we can overcome the major challenges that stand in our way. Genuine political will and innovative thinking are required to not only identify the solutions, but to pursue them diligently and consistently until the desired results are achieved. I assure you, Mr. President, Excellencies, and all delegations of Jamaica's unwavering commitment and partnership in this noble effort. I thank you.
Thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tande Dorji, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I would like to convey the warmest greetings from His Majesty the King and the people of Bhutan to the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Allow me to congratulate His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, on his assumption as the President of the 78th session of the General Assembly and assure you of my delegation's full support. Our gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. Saba Korosi, President of the 77th General Assembly, for the excellent guidance of our works during the past year. We also welcome the theme for the 78th session of the UNGA, Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, which is very relevant, appropriate, and timely. Our appreciation is also due for Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who continues to inspire and serve valiantly in advocating for peace, prosperity, and well-being of the people and the planet. Mr. President, the initiatives laid in our common agenda presents us with the opportunity to find new ways to work together for the common good without undermining the existing agreements or mandates. Bhutan is happy to engage constructively in preparing for the Summit of the Future and work towards elaboration of a global digital compact, which would, among other things, accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the achievement of the SDGs. The reforms of the UN, which center firmly on implementing the 2030 Agenda, will provide the essential impetus to galvanize support and progress in areas that have been found to be insufficient to meet the goals and targets within the set time frame of 2030. This discussion assumes even greater urgency as we have passed the midpoint towards implementing the 2030 Agenda. This is further exacerbated by the conflicts and the looming climate emergency, which have thrown efforts towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs off track. We need to refocus our priorities by shifting gears and turning our commitments into action. In this regard, we support the Secretary General's SDG stimulus, which aims to significantly increase affordable long-term financing for development and scale up affordable financing to ensure that the 2030 Agenda regains its traction. Mr. President, under the guidance of our visionary leaders, Bhutan embarked on its development path with a holistic guiding philosophy that we call Gross National Happiness, or GNH. When the world leaders adopted the 2030 Agenda in 2015, it was apparent that the SDGs presented high levels of synergy with our own development philosophy of GNH. Therefore, mainstreaming SDGs into our national plans and their implementations came very naturally. I'm happy to share that Bhutan is well on track to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and on our part to reaffirm our commitment to undertake concrete actions to fulfill the 2030 Agenda. Today, After more than 5 decades of planned economic development, Bhutan is set to graduate from the list of least developed countries at the end of this year. It is the result of strong and benevolent leadership, guidance from successive monarchs, the hard work of our people, and above all, the generous assistance from all our development partners. I take this opportunity to thank all our bilateral and multilateral partners, well-wishers and friends for their generosity and support, without which we would not have been able to achieve this important milestone. While this achievement in our development journey is an occasion for celebration, we do so with the full knowledge of the vulnerabilities under which we graduate and the challenges that lie ahead. The Royal Government looks forward to a smooth transition, and the 13th Five-Year National Development Plan, which is set to commence early next year, is critical to ensure that our graduation is smooth, sustainable, and irreversible. Here we look forward to the continued goodwill, support, and assistance from our development partners. We are also hopeful that there will be universal support for the full implementation of the Doha Program of Action that is critical for the LDCs, for graduating countries, and newly graduated countries. Mr. President, devastation and destruction from extreme weather events and natural disasters are taking place at levels never seen before, with studies pointing to climate change as the main responsible factor. I would like to convey Bhutan's sympathies and our deepest condolences to all those affected by these unfortunate events in the past year. Bhutan has also been affected by extreme weather phenomena with increasing frequency and ferocity of natural disasters such as glacial lake outward floods, or GLOF, flash floods, windstorms, and landslides. Unpredictable rain and weather patterns have wrecked the lives of farmers and people across the country. These are serious causes of concern which have consequential impacts on the assets and the livelihoods of our people and our hard-earned development gains. Bhutan falls within the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Working Group report confirms that the rate of ice sheet loss increased at an alarming rate in the last 3 decades, with the region experiencing glacier mass loss by 65%. Even if global warming is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, 1/3 of the glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region will disappear by the end of the century. For countries like ours, this means permanent loss of water resources for agriculture, hydropower generation, natural resources, and increased risk of disaster events. The melting of our glaciers also contributes substantially to rising sea levels and triggers a host of cascading effects, including coastal erosion, flooding, and permanent land submersion. On our part, we have done all we can, and Bhutan's leadership in sustainable development and environmental stewardship has been well recognized globally. We are fortunate that the past investments in environmental conservation are reaping climate dividends. Our forests not only serve as a carbon sink for greenhouse gas emissions, but also provide valuable ecosystem services of clean water for drinking, agriculture, and hydropower. We are committed to remaining carbon neutral and reaffirm our pledge to fulfill our commitments to the Paris Agreement. While welcoming the breakthrough agreement to provide loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries on the front line of the climate crisis during COP27, we are hopeful that progress will be made and that it will be operationalized by the time of COP28. In addition, we need to mobilize new and additional climate financing while ensuring balance between financing for mitigation and adaptation. We also need to forge strong international cooperation in coming up with viable projects and partnerships to scale up investments in alternative renewable energy, to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, particularly in the manufacturing and transport sectors. Mr. President, Excellencies, although being a small developing country with a population of less than 1 million, Bhutan has always worked constructively with other member states to realize the noble objects of the United Nations since its membership in 1971. Among others, Bhutan remains fully committed to the cause of international peace and security, which is one of the key mandates and objectives of the United Nations. Bhutan joined the fraternity of troops and police contributing countries in 2014 to contribute its part towards maintaining international peace and security. It signifies our commitment to share the burden along with other member states. Since then, Bhutan has been working towards gradually broadening and deepening our engagement in the UN peacekeeping operations. I am happy to share that in November 2022, Bhutan deployed its first uniformed contingent to the UN Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in the Central African Republic, MINUSCA. Bhutan has also pledged an integrated formed police unit, and we are working towards fulfilling this pledge. We stand ready to deploy our FPU whenever the United Nations calls upon us to do so. The Royal Government would like to express our appreciation to the Department of Peace Operations and the Department of Operational Support of the United Nations Peacekeeping for the guidance and support to Bhutan's participation in this very important mandate. Mr. President, effective multilateralism must address the concerns of the less powerful nations of the world. The global governance architecture has not delivered the equity and inclusion that is required to ensure that the ideals of the common agenda are carried out. The increasing fragmentation, polarization, and growing inequity we witness in the world today only serves as an urgent cry for strengthening multilateralism, to forge greater political resolve, solidarity, and to practice compassion. Bhutan has consistently maintained that the reform of the UNSC must progress hand in hand with the reform of the entire UN system. The reform must accommodate the interests and concerns of all member states, particularly of those unrepresented and underrepresented. We believe that the UNSC must evolve to stay relevant and effective to address the multifaceted challenges of our times, and in this regard, Bhutan supports the expansion of both the permanent and non-permanent categories of the Security Council. We continue to believe that in a reformed council, India and Japan must be included as permanent members, so as members from the African Union. Mr. President, under the leadership of His Majesty the King, the government has initiated and implemented a number of reforms across all government agencies and sectors. Having learnt valuable lessons from the COVID pandemic, we are convinced that business as usual cannot be the norm. Urged by the expectations of our people, the need to overcome our vulnerabilities, and to progress as an advanced nation, we have undertaken major transformations so as to enhance public services, accelerate the economy, sustained the development gains while promoting and preserving our core values, which are our tradition and culture, and most importantly, our environment. There are a number of foundations on which these reforms are built. One of the most important and critical of these is leveraging technology for nation building, without which we will be left behind. With the enactment of the National Digital Identity Act, Bhutan became the first country in the world to enact a legal framework for implementing self-sovereign identity. This will serve as the foundation on which all other services will be accessed and provided to citizens digitally. Over the past decade, strong political, social, and economic institutions established under the guidance of our monarchs have taken firm root to set the foundation for a functional and vibrant democracy. As we look to the future, Bhutan will continue working with all member states to ensure that the United Nations continue to play an instrumental role in promoting peace and security and a UN that is fit for purpose in the 21st century. Mr. President, Excellencies, in closing, may I submit that the world has largely forgotten the COVID pandemic despite having killed nearly 20 million people globally. We should, however, remember the vulnerabilities that we all faced, how ill-prepared we were, and the sufferings that all of us experienced collectively. We have all seen the best and worst of humanity and global cooperation. Today, as we emerge victorious from the pandemic, we must learn from the lessons and prevent any such catastrophe from occurring in the future. From the Spanish flu in 1920 to the SARS outbreak in 2002, it took nearly 80 years for a global pandemic to emerge. And ever since, we have seen rapid incidences of potential pandemics, such as MERS in 2012, Ebola in 2014, Zika in 2016. And as the name SARS-CoV-2 suggests, SARS-CoV-3 may just be around the corner, brought about by climate change, massive loss of habitat, and ever-increasing interaction between humans and animals. We must all acknowledge our interdependence and the importance of working closely together and collaborating with each other to combat our common challenges. While each of our countries have our own priorities, we must not forget that we share this world together, and therefore we should all prioritize global well-being, preparedness, and cooperation. Together, we can. Thank you. Tashdilel.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan. Thank you, Excellency. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Lejone Mbela, Minister of External Relations of Cameroon. Your Excellency.
Mr.
President, heads of states and governments, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Cameroon, His Excellency Mr. Paul Biya, gave me the honor of representing him during the deliberations of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and asked me to deliver on his behalf the following statement. And I quote, "Please allow me to, first of all, extend the very warm congratulations on behalf of Cameroon to Mr. Denis Francis. We congratulate him on being elected to preside over the current General Assembly. His wide experience in multilateral diplomacy and his wonderful human qualities allow us to think that he will be able to steer our deliberations with effectiveness and success. I would like to assure him of the support he will have from my country as he discharges his honorable duty. And I take this opportunity to also congratulate his predecessor, Ambassador Shabar Qureshi, who worked hard to prepare the many high-level meetings which prepares our future. We wish him every success, and we are grateful to him. Furthermore, it is my pleasure to express towards the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, my appreciation of the achievements he has been able to obtain so far in his capacity. He has the full support of Cameroon as he deploys efforts to make sure that our common organization is effective and is tackling the many challenges it is facing. And finally, from this high rostrum, I would like to express the support and solidarity of Cameroon to the government and the peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Republic of Libya in the wake of the natural disasters they have recently experienced, and which brought in their wake the loss of human lives and material damages. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the topic chosen for this current session of the General Assembly, namely rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Now, the relevance of this theme is obvious. Indeed, this 78th session of the General Assembly takes place against the background where the tensions geopolitically is growing, and it impacts peace, development, the social situation in many countries, in particular in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and in Europe. It is the case in particular in Ukraine, in the Sahel region, the Great Lakes region, and in the Horn of Africa. This situation makes more fragile and is compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic efforts and impacts growth and development and prevents us from effectively fighting climate change. Fortunately, we are happy to see that the international community has mobilized itself to reach a consensus on some of these major challenges. This is a case of the agreement on climate. This is also the case on the Sustainable Development Program that we launched together here in this very hall in 2015, which is accompanied by the Addis Ababa Program for Action. More recently, we adopted the Ottawa Framework Convention and the Marine Biodiversity Agreement. It is following this trend that Africa is gradually implementing its own 2063 agenda and the African-wide agreements, so as to have a unified Africa, Africa at peace in security, Africa with good governance, with shared prosperity, Africa which is called upon to play a major role in international relations between now and 2063. Now, despite all of these efforts, the expected accomplishments are yet to appear. Well, now, why is that? Mr. President, inter alia, we need to recognize here that action, unfortunately, did not always follow speech. Let me quote here the insufficient mobilizations of the means for the implementation of the SDGs, or the fact that that 0.5% ODA goal has not been attained. Let me also recall that sometimes immobilized means come late or distributed very sparingly or accompanied with conditions. Sometimes the political will is brought into question when it follows egoistical considerations, which is not in line with general interests and growing solidarity amongst peoples and nations. And lastly, the tools, the mechanisms, the institutions, and the pathways which were put together after the World War II to promote peace, security, economic and social development are no longer quite as relevant and effective because of the growing diversity and complexity of the world today. Mr. President, so what can we undertake now? First of all, we need a new, greater political will, new awareness, the kind of awareness that underscores general interest, where science is in the service of humanity as a whole, so as to ensure the well-being of one and all in such areas as peace, security, health, or economic, social, and cultural development. In this regard, we need to base our work on the charter of our organization and align ourselves to its goals and purposes. We need to resolve conflicts through dialogue and need to promote a renewed global financial architecture and work relentlessly to see equitable global development, the kind which will enable all regions of the world to aspire to growth and prosperity. These are, in any event, the goals of Africa in Agenda 2063, establishing continental free trade areas, and we expect the outcomes here in such areas as research, science, technology, energy, infrastructure, communications, telecommunications, agriculture, food industry, debt, climate action, and development in general terms. We need to act together to reform the Security Council so as to give the countries of the South, and in particular African countries, a permanent and equitable representation. Indeed, countries are represented on the Council, but Africa is the only continent that has never had permanent representation within the Council. Whereas 2/3 of its activities take place on the continent. It is an injustice that needs to be rectified, and that is why we reaffirm our support to the Esselwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, and ask for 2 permanent posts and 3 non-permanent ones for Africa on the Security Council. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cameroon is committed to the commitments it undertook in terms of solidarity, and was the first country to ratify the Paris Climate Agreement, and together with other countries in the Congo Basin, we work together to find a solution to climate change. We're also one of the pioneer countries in operationalizing the agreement on the Continental Free Trade Agreement, and we proposed a plan for implementing the SDGs and Agenda 2063. We have on this a national development strategy to make sure that our country becomes an emerging economy. We also passed all of the necessary reforms for economic and social development and for good governance based on decentralization. This is to help all of our nationals to fully participate in the affairs of the country. In the security area, fighting Boko Haram is something that we continue actively together with member states of the multinational force and the Lake Chad Basin. The outcome of these efforts can already be seen on the ground, even as we recognize that additional efforts need to be made. In the north and the south of the country, peace and prosperity is gradually returning thanks to the active involvement of the government and in the wake of the recommendations of the wide national dialogue. And this is being done despite the occasional outbreaks of violence and hostage-taking. The effective implementation by the government of the presidential guidelines on development, mobilizing and reintegration through SDR, enables us to think that peace and stability will sustainably return, and the economic and development activities in the 2 regions will return. Certainly, these efforts will not be in vain. We take this opportunity to thank once again our bilateral and multilateral partners who continue contributing to improving this situation and helping the various plans put together by the government. Their valuable assistance in stabilizing these two regions is very much appreciated by the government, which is extending its hand to those who lay down their weapons. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing in front of our eyes, and we therefore need to come up with decisions and solutions to make it better for the well-being of our people. And we can do it as long as we strengthen our solidarity and all tackle our challenges, including such as artificial intelligence. But we do have tools for that. If they're well used, we'll be able to attain the hoped-for results so as to ensure that humanity survives and that it has a better future. I thank you. End of quote.
I thank the Honorable Minister of External Relations of Cameroon. I now have the great honor and pleasure of introducing and giving the floor to His Excellency Stanley Kakubo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Zambia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. President, the world today is overcome with the overlapping challenges of war, global economic uncertainty, climate change, and food insecurity. The cost of war, be it in the eastern part of the DRC, or the heart of the Sudan, or the war between Russia and Ukraine, has at its best led to the displacement of innocent women and children, and at its worst led to the demise of many of our brothers and sisters. War has left scars beyond the physical. It wounds the soul of nations and fragments the bonds that hold humanity together. Needless to say, that humanity must win the war against war. Neither must we lose the race to save our planet. Destroying our planet is destroying our own existence. At this 78th session, we as a global community must bolster our commitment towards the implementation of all existing agreements. We need to agree to work towards strengthening global partnerships and good governance, and we must uphold the dignity of all human rights. We must accelerate the attainment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We must direct our efforts towards addressing inequalities and also realizing a just transition, fostering greater climate action for present and future generations. In this case, a just transition must mean fairness amongst nations, while acknowledging that fairness is not equality, but fairness must guarantee access to each of our unique nations' needs. Mr. President, nations burdened with debt must be guaranteed access to cheaper and fairer financing. This ought to be one of the pillars of restoring trust in our systems. It is therefore imperative that international financing institutions and multilateral development banks should scale up concessional financing to least developing countries, and this financing should be under improved terms of lending. Regrettably, the exorbitant cost of capital remains an insidious problem afflicting the global South. In fact, Africa bears the heaviest burden of these crippling capital costs. We implore the international community to grasp the urgency of this matter and to ensure that every nation, regardless of its economic size, has equitable access to affordable capital. It is also a fact that countries with smaller economies require this capital more, which unfortunately ends up in the first world economies that need it the least. We recognize, Mr. President, that a few development partners honored their ODA pledges, and we applaud them for this effort. We also commend France and other partners for successfully hosting the summit for a new global financing pact in Paris in June this year. Zambia further expresses its appreciation to the Official Creditor Committee under the G20 framework, with a special note of gratitude to the co-chairs, China and France, along with the Vice Chair, South Africa. Their diligent work and collaborative spirit has played an indispensable role in reaching an important debt restructure agreement for Zambia's heavy debt burden. We continue calling for more reforms of the international financial architecture to quicken the decision-making process that would enable countries in special circumstances to restructure their debt. Mr. President, we wish to welcome the UN Secretary General's proposal for an SDG stimulus package of at least $500 billion per annum to offset the unfavorable financing conditions faced by countries with special situations. The elements of this package hold greater potential to catalyze the transformative actions in least developed countries for critical sectors such as renewable energy, social protection for the weak, healthcare, quality education, food insecurity, resilient infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and the rest of information technology. There is need to scale up partnerships and collaboration so that we can have a united effort in strengthening inclusiveness and effectiveness of international tax cooperation for the world to combat illicit financial flows. It is also important, Mr. President, that we enhance protection of domestic resources which are required for the application to desired sectors as outlined in the SDG stimulus package. Mr. President, with regards to climate finance, we wish to emphasize the need for an effective implementation mechanism for loss and damage fund as agreed upon at COP27. In the same manner, we reiterate the need to honor the annual $100 billion pledge for climate change with greater emphasis on adaptation. This, Mr. President, is very crucial if we are to uphold the credibility of global efforts that are aimed at addressing climate injustices and protect our planet from further degradation. Mr. President, to complement access to affordable finance, countries need to enhance trade and investment as the engine of economic development and job creation at both regional and multilateral levels. Under the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, Zambia is leading the COMESA integration strategy through reducing barriers to trade and encouraging free movement of business persons and goods. Mr. President, in this era of instant communication and globalized economies, the well-being of one nation profoundly impacts the well-being of another. Leveraging the transformative capabilities of digital technology, especially artificial intelligence, we aspire to enhance the quality of life of our citizens. Imagine using AI to deliver life-saving medicines to that seemingly forgotten grandmother in a village in Africa. Also, imagine the grand transformation we can achieve in harnessing the fertile soils of countries like Zambia using the technology of precision irrigation. As information communication technologies continue to advance, we have a new frontier for interaction in digital cooperation. Now it is possible for a professor at Harvard to mentor students in Kenya, or lecture students at the University of Lusaka. The advancement in digital technology makes it possible to improve the quality of lives of our people by creating new jobs and opportunities for youth, as well as providing access to top-class education and quality health care for all. It is therefore very important, Mr. President, that we continue to forge new alliances on the development and use of technologies also the creation and sharing of digital resources and content, as well as the development of regulations and policies that govern the use of digital technologies to promote socio-economic development. We also need to enhance cooperation and ensure that the digital space and all technology are used in a responsible manner. We therefore call for the support and investment in digital infrastructure and provision of its access, particularly access of affordable devices and internet services in underserviced communities in least developed countries. Mr. President, the empowerment of women and girls is crucial and is important and very decisive in overcoming poverty in all society. Beyond economic empowerment, women need to equally be we need to put emphasis on women and all programs that will promote their well-being. This is why, Mr. President, as the African Union's champions on ending child marriage, President Hichilema will continue to enhance the collaboration in preventing and wiping out the scourge of early and child marriages so that we can foster an environment conducive for children to have a chance in life. Consistent with this, Mr. President, Zambia is in collaboration with the African Union. In collaboration with the African Union, will this year host a conference for traditional and religious leaders across Africa aimed at advancing a culture that promotes inclusive development and prevention of early child marriages. Mr. President, Zambia, in line with our reputation as a beacon of peace on the African continent, we will continue to champion the cause of peace, security, and stability as the prerequisites for sustainable development. Because without peace, Mr. President, our joint developmental efforts will be in vain. We shall continue to call for the use of diplomacy as the only option for resolving conflict between nations. Zambia is committed to furthering peace, security, and stability, and that is why President Hichilema visited Kiev and St. Petersburg alongside other select African leaders, and they held honest and constructive discussions with both President Putin and President Zelensky. Zambia will continue to be committed to the UN Charter and its principles of upholding territorial integrity and also the just respect for international borders. Mr. President, as Zambia leads the SADC organ on politics and defense and security cooperation, we pledge not only to play our own individual role, but also to galvanize our region and efforts to restore peace in areas requiring intervention on our own continent. Mr. President, we take immense pride in our strong democratic principles as Zambia. Our credentials are solid, and we will continue to guarantee our own people, the Zambian people, their rights and freedoms, including their civil liberties. President Hichilema has led government to the historic abolishment of the death penalty and also the end of the offense of criminal defamation of the president. This, Mr. President, is the first time it has been achieved in the history of Zambia. Mr. President, today, we address this assembly with a sense of accomplishment because prudent fiscal policies have been reinstated in our country. We are nurturing our economy back to health, and the results are quantifiable. Mr. President, in 2021, our economy achieved a commendable growth rate of 4.7% from a contraction of -2.8 in 2020. In 2022, Mr. President, the economy demonstrated resilience and maintained a positive growth rate of 3.7%. Furthermore, we have diligently worked to reduce our year-end inflation to single digits, making it at 9.9% for the calendar year 2022. Concurrently, our government is deeply committed to stabilizing our local currency, the kwacha, against major currencies. And going forward, Mr. President, we remain steadfast in reducing the cost of essential household goods for our people. Zambia reiterates the call to reform the Security Council to become more inclusive, particularly for Africa to have permanent representation, in line with the Ezulwini Consensus and also the CETA Declaration. These reforms, Mr. President, will not only enhance the legitimacy of the Security Council, but this will put an end to this historic injustice against Africa. Mr. President, the time has come to ensure the true composition of our UN family, as well as giving an opportunity for a better diplomatic position and representation for countries that are perceived to be weaker. Mr. President, the threat of nuclear war is a matter that needs our full attention. We take this opportunity to reiterate our resolute stance against the proliferation of the nuclear weapons, and we advocate for a world free of threats. We urge all nations, and we mean all nations, to uphold their obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty and to work to prevent the development and productions of chemical weapons. Mr. President, we set our eyes on a world, we set our eyes on an agenda to set the world on a path of sustainability, of success for the next generation. We are hopeful that this summit, this year, all our voices will be heard. We shall rebuild trust in this format. A platform such as this one must ensure that inequality is tackled, systemic injustice is tackled. We must also ensure that the benefits of progress are shared across the world. Zambia therefore calls on all member states of the UN, the private sector, the youth groups across the world, and other stakeholders to come together in good faith to draw out the contours of the world as it should be for future generations as we pass on the baton on all the challenges that we face today for a sustainable and positive future. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia. Your Excellency, thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary of Relations with the States of the Holy See. I thank the Secretary of Relations and give him the floor to speak. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, I am pleased to extend to you and to the representatives of nations gathered here the warm greetings of Pope Francis, while also congratulating Your Excellency on your election as President of this august assembly. The Holy See wishes to commend you on the topic for this general debate and cannot agree more that there is an overwhelming need to start rebuilding trust in order to reignite global stability, peace, and prosperity. In recent decades, this organization has witnessed an increase in activities on various fronts, including laudable initiatives aimed at reducing poverty, helping migrants, combating climate change, promoting nuclear disarmament, and offering humanitarian aid, along with multiple others. On the other hand, in these last years, we have seen crumbling trust among nations, clear evidence of which is the increase in number and gravity of conflicts and wars. Furthermore, the current conflict in Ukraine has made all the more evident the crisis that has long affected the multilateral system, which needs a profound rethinking if it is to respond adequately to the challenges of our time. All of this has resulted in an inevitable and equally significant increase in the number of meetings held at different levels, though not always in direct proportion to the effectiveness required in pursuing the proposed goals. We witness a marked tendency by states to impose their own ideas and agenda. Pope Francis calls this ideological colonization. It is necessary to return to listening and dialogue in order to solve and avoid further conflicts and lesser the suffering of humanity. The international community must maintain the universality of global multilateral forums and not turn them into clubs reserved for a few elites who think alike and where some are simply tolerated as long as they do not bother anyone. In this sense, I would highlight the following key words for effective multilateralism: dialogue, shared responsibility and cooperation, each in the pursuit of the common good. All this under the banner of solidarity that comes from knowing that we are responsible for the fragility of others by seeking a common destiny. All states must rediscover a spirit of service with the intention of building a global solidarity that expresses itself concretely in helping those who suffer, a task which serves not ideas but people. Indeed, any reform of the UN must be based in rendering what is already existing more efficient and in line with the current era we are living in. In this respect, the multilateral system has shifted its focus from the peaceful coexistence of states to issues that are not that relevant for that purpose, preferring issues pertinent to the lives and patterns of individuals. Thus, a real reform of the UN must favour a reversal of the current priorities, making the UN truly fit for purpose and reviving coordination among states to achieve truly common ends. In other words, going back to the basics, while restoring the healthy distinction between the actions of states and those of civil society, focusing on rebuilding healthy relations and trust between nations. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has been instrumental to bringing back the elevated threat of nuclear escalation into the discussion. Once again, it is the firm conviction of the Holy See that the use of atomic energy for purposes of war is, today more than ever, a crime not only against the dignity of human beings, but against any possible future for our common home, while the mere possession itself of nuclear weapons is also immoral. In this context, there is need to instill an ambitious program of work for the second meeting of states parties to the TPNW, including advancement of discussions on the creation of an international trust fund to support a restorative approach to the human and environmental harms caused by nuclear use and testing. The Holy See calls on states to sign and ratify the TPNW, as well as the CTBT and the NPT, which together form the basis for the disarmament and non-proliferation regime. Mr. President, another important challenge which we have at hand could be defined more generally as the expanding digital galaxy we inhabit, and specifically artificial intelligence. There is an urgent need to engage in serious ethical reflection on the use and integration of supercomputer systems and processes in our daily lives. We must be vigilant and work to ensure that the discriminatory use of these instruments does not take root at the expense of the most fragile and excluded. It is not acceptable that the decision about someone's life and future be entrusted to an algorithm. This is valid in all situations, also in the development and use of lethal autonomous weapon systems. Recently, a growing number of legal and ethical concerns have been raised about the use of laws in armed conflicts. It is clear that their use should be in line with the international humanitarian law. The Holy See supports the establishment of an international organization for artificial intelligence, aimed at facilitating the fullest possible exchange of scientific and technological information for peaceful uses and for the promotion of the common good and integral human development. Moreover, the development of new technology should go in hand with the care for our common home. New technologies should be used to mitigate the planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, and the urgency of acting now to safeguard the world we live in. The international community needs to focus on a positive outcome at the forthcoming COP28 in the UAE, without reducing the discussions on climate change to financing issues. Mr. President, this year we are marking the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. The significant anniversaries of these documents invite to an in-depth reflection on the foundation of human rights and respect for them in the contemporary world, in order to renew commitments in favor of the defense of human dignity. In the world today, numerous forms of injustice persist. While one part of humanity lives in opulence, another part sees its own dignity denied, scorned, or trampled upon, and its fundamental rights disregarded or violated. First and foremost among these are the unborn, who are denied the right to come into the world. Let us never forget that the true litmus test to see if human rights are being protected is the degree to which people have freedom of religion or belief in a country. Disturbingly, we continue to live in a world where people are persecuted simply for professing their faith in public. There are many countries where religious freedom is severely restricted. Indeed, about 1/3 of the world's population lives in this condition, and the number only outright seems to be growing. Along with the lack of religious freedom, there is also outright religious persecution. I cannot fail to mention that 1 Christian in every 7 is persecuted. Moreover, violence against Christians is on the increase, and not only in countries where they are a minority. Even the term hate crime or hate speech is now being used subjectively and manipulated to keep people from expressing their religious beliefs, equating the practice of religion to violence. This purposefully dishonest, politically motivated agenda, especially egregious in the West, must end. Mr. President, despite the fact that so many tragedies have struck and are still shaking the family of nations this year, amid natural disasters, severe flood security problems, and political instability, causing anguish, hardship, and uncertainty about the future, the Russian attack on Ukraine remains one of the most painful and bleeding wounds, which instead of healing is widening and deepening. Undoubtedly, in more than 18 months of war, we have witnessed the admirable, ever-renewed commitment of so many countries to help the battered Ukraine defend its people and its territory. Unfortunately, however, this has not been accompanied by an equal effort to find ways in which the confrontation can be overcome. We remain far from true encounter and dialogue, so as to put an end to the hatred, destruction, and death, to open paths of peace and reconstruction. This is what the Holy See, apart from its humanitarian assistance, hopes for and seeks to promote with each of its countless appeals and initiatives, dependent on the cooperation of all international actors. The humanitarian situation in Syria is indeed worrying. Syrians, plagued by 12 years of war, earthquake, and great poverty, are once again sounding the alarm, expressing their great hardships and demanding that a solution to their sufferings be found. The Holy See, in addition to encouraging the resumption of a political process of reconciliation, calls for humanitarian emergencies not to be weighed against the rigidities of political positions, but to have the courage to look at the suffering of the people with truth and honesty, so that the international sanctions imposed on the Syrian government by the European Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom do not afflict the local population. The situation in Sudan also continues to be of great concern. Over the past 6 months, armed clashes have resulted in a high number of victims and displaced persons, as well as a very serious humanitarian crisis, increasingly distancing the prospect of achieving peace and restoring stability to the country. The Holy See makes a heartfelt appeal for the laying down of arms so that dialogue can prevail and the suffering of the population can be alleviated. The Holy See closely follows political events in sub-Saharan Africa and renews its commitment to the promotion of peace, justice, and prosperity. Local churches contribute to national reconciliation processes and act with a view to the common good, especially in the educational, charitable, and health sectors. Of particular concern in sub-Saharan Africa have been the numerous episodes of violence, as well as the frequent coups that disrupt democratic processes, cause death and destruction, and cause humanitarian and migration crises. It is painful to discover that sometimes behind episodes of terrorism and violence are also international economic interests that encourage the unjust dynamics of colonialism. In this regard, I appeal to the family of nations gathered here at this General Assembly to let the spirit of dialogue prevail, to cease all kinds of economic and financial exploitation, and to take care to foster generous and respectful international cooperation. A special thought goes to Nicaragua, with which the Holy See hopes to engage in respectful diplomatic dialogue for the good of the local church and of the entire population. The Holy See urges dialogue and negotiations between Azerbaijan and Armenia with the support of the international community, which will favor a sustainable agreement as soon as possible, thus ending the humanitarian crisis and resolving the dramatic situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. In addition, I express my condolences to the families of the victims of the explosion at a petrol station near the city of Stepnenkaret. The Holy See expresses serious concern about what is happening in Jerusalem, and in particular the attacks against the Christian communities. These episodes are not simply undermining the coexistence between the different communities, but are threatening the very identity of the city of Jerusalem, which some cannot conceive as a meeting place between the three faiths, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. I renew my appeal not only to the international community, so that Jerusalem is not forgotten, so that the project of a holy city as a place of peace for all and of all, with a special internationally guaranteed status, is not abandoned. Mr. President, today's globalized world has brought all of us closer together, yet it has not made us any more fraternal. Indeed, we are suffering from a famine of fraternity. New ideologies, characterized by widespread individualism, egocentrism, and materialistic consumerism, weaken social bonds, fueling that throwaway mentality which leads to contempt for and abandonment of the weakest and those considered useless. In this way, human coexistence increasingly tends to resemble a mere do ut des, which is both pragmatic and selfish. Yet the worst effect of this famine of fraternity is armed conflict and war that makes enemies of not only individuals but entire peoples, and whose negative consequences reverberate for generations. With the founding of the UN, it seemed that the world had learned, after two terrible wars, to move towards a more stable, moving towards becoming a literal family of nations. However, it seems that we are backlogging history. In order to make peace a reality, we must move away from the logic of the legitimacy of war. Peace is possible if it is truly willed, and if peace is possible, it is a duty. It is the duty of each one present in this room, because only in the research of peace and in the peaceful living between states that we can become truly united nations in single human family. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary of Relations of the State of the Holy See. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bassam Sabah, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic. Your Excellency. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly. At the outset, I would like to congratulate you on your election President of the General Assembly at its current session. I would like to thank your predecessor, Mr. Chaba Karachi, for his presidency of the previous session. I also thank His Excellency, the Secretary General, for the efforts he's making to implement the provisions of the UN Charter in line with the mandate entrusted to him. Ladies and gentlemen, our world today is witnessing important transformations and an increase of serious challenges, foremost being the outbreak of devastating conflicts in many regions around the world, the continued occupation of some peoples of the world, the spread of the scourge of terrorism, declining rates of development, and a sharp rise in the rates of poverty and hunger, in addition to the catastrophic impacts of the unilateral coercive measures. That's in addition to the economic blockade policies and the negative repercussions of climate change and its related natural disasters. Confronting all these challenges is an urgent need for us all, as they reflect on the future of the generations to come. Eliminating them or mitigating their impact to a minimum requires global cooperation among member states. It also requires solidarity and concerted effort to build a new multipolar world order that achieves a new balance in international relations, including through reforming international institutions and other institutions, foremost the Security Council. It also requires true sustainable development that guarantees the benefit and well-being of all peoples of the world. Mr. President, the policies of creative chaos adopted by successive American administrations in our region to serve their geopolitical and selfish interests have led to destabilization and insecurity. They work to create and exaggerate problems to ignite tension, thereby resulting in conflicts. They spent billions of dollars to demolish and destroy development achievements made over decades. They contributed to the emergence of the phenomenon of extremism and terrorism, such as the terrorist organizations ISIL and Al-Nusra Front. Multilateralism, the United Nations Charter, and other relevant international agreements were not spared from this creative American chaos. Over the past 10 years, we have witnessed an increasing tendency to misinterpret and misapply the provisions of the Charter, especially Article 51 thereof. They were used as an excuse to justify attacks against the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of other countries. They manipulated the provisions of international conventions and treaties, and politicized human rights issues to justify interfering in the internal affairs of other countries and bringing pressure to bear on them. Mr. President, the basic principle affirmed by the Charter of the United Nations is the respect of the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of member states. Thus, any acquisition of land of others by force is an occupation. Any illegal military presence on the territory of a sovereign state is a clear violation of this charter and a plain breach of international law. It must end immediately without preconditions or limitations. Accordingly, Israel's occupation of the Arab lands in Palestine and the Syrian Golan since 1967 until this very day, and the resulting and consequent construction of settlement, change of the demographic composition, institutional structure, especially through attempts to forcefully impose the Israeli citizenship on the people of the Golan, not to mention the plundering of the natural resources of the Golan, the seizure of Syrian farmers' lands to build huge wind turbines, and other documented violations, all of the above represent the most heinous forms of grave and systematic violations of the UN Charter and of international humanitarian law. The Syrian Arab Republic reaffirms its legitimate right to restore the entire occupied Syrian Golan after the line of June 4, 1967, no matter how long it takes. It is an inalienable right that is not subject to compromise or pressure and is not subject to the statute of limitations. It is guaranteed by international law and relevant UN resolutions, especially Security Council Resolution number 497 of the year 1981. Syria also stresses that it will exercise its legitimate right to defend its land and people by all necessary means and to ensure that the Israeli occupation authorities are held accountable for all their crimes with no impunity. Mr. President, Syria has and remains a supporter of the Palestinian cause as it is the Central Arab cause. Syria has spared no effort to stand alongside the brotherly Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle to regain their legitimate rights, especially their right to establish their independent statehood on their land with Jerusalem as its capital and to grant Palestine full membership in the United Nations. What we have witnessed this year of dangerous escalation of Israeli criminal practices, in which the number of victims has reached its highest level, is pushing the region to unprecedented levels of tension and instability. This is exemplified in committing more massacres, the escalation of its military aggression, and its repeated missile bombing of Syrian cities, ports, and civil airports. This has endangered civilian lives and the safety of civil aviation. It has also hampered UN humanitarian operations. Moreover, it has continued its policies of settlement, Judaization, siege, arbitrary arrest, forced displacement, and racial discrimination in the occupied Arab territories. While the Syrian Arab Republic condemns in the strongest terms all these Israeli crimes and attacks, it equally denounces the continued support for such practices or the silence of some countries that proclaim themselves protectors of international humanitarian law and human rights law. This makes them complicit with the perpetrators of these crimes. It clearly demonstrates their double standards. Mr. President, the continued Israeli occupation of Arab lands and its brutal practices are consistent with the destructive role played by some countries on Syrian lands. The United States and Turkey continue to violate Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity by insisting on their continued presence, illegal military presence on Syrian lands, and supporting separatist militias and terrorist organizations. This is in addition to the visits by Western political and military officials and others to Syrian territory, by infiltrating Syrian territory without any respect for Syria's sovereignty and independence. This is considered a flagrant interference in its internal affairs. The systematic and exposed American plunder of the Syrian people's national wealth, such as oil, gas, and wheat, has deprived the Syrians of their resources. It has exacerbated their humanitarian suffering in an unprecedented manner. Our latest statistics show that the total value of direct and indirect losses caused to the oil sector in Syria has exceeded $115 billion US. We believe that the United Nations is obligated to hold the United States accountable and ask it to return this looted money to the Syrian government. In parallel, the United States of America and its European allies continue to impose unilateral coercive measures that are illegal, immoral, and inhumane on various sectors in Syria. This has only contributed to exacerbate the banking sector, the air transport sector, the Syrian civil aviation equipment, and the energy sector. It also includes banning the supply of oil and its derivatives to Syria, or the import of power plants, equipment related to power generation, or spare parts. They also include bans on importing equipment and machinery necessary for drinking water supply, irrigation, water sterilization and purification, and repair and improvement of the sewage system. The agricultural sector was not spared from these unilateral sanctions, as they included preventing the import of fertilizers and machinery necessary for agricultural production that provides food for the Syrians. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Syria was one of the most stable and prosperous countries in the world. It was achieving food self-sufficiency and providing all the basic necessities of life for its people in a way that was rarely seen in the region. However, the terrorist war launched against Syria since 2011 altered the situation. It caused a humanitarian crisis that was very significant. The severity was aggravated by the imposition of unilateral coercive measures. Recently, the devastating earthquake that struck Syria on February the 6th of this year added a new burden and more suffering. The earthquake destroyed hundreds of buildings, infrastructure, and service facilities. It caused thousands of victims and injuries and made tens of thousands homeless. The Syrian government has been keen to take all measures to facilitate the arrival of humanitarian aid and relief workers to all affected areas. It has granted and still grants open approvals to the UN and international organizations working in Syria to facilitate and accelerate the entry of emergency relief supplies to support the affected. It also opened, by a sovereign decision, a border crossing to facilitate the humanitarian response in the affected areas under the control of terrorist organizations in northwestern Syria. In this regard, the Syrian Arab Republic renews its thanks and appreciation to all countries that stood in solidarity with Syria and its people, all those who have rushed to respond to the needs of the Syrian people in light of the difficult circumstances they faced. It also expresses its appreciation to the Secretary General of the United Nations for launching the flash appeal to respond to the catastrophic repercussions of the earthquake. The Syrian government is still continuing, within its limited capabilities, to make every effort to address the impact of the earthquake in all 4 affected governorates. Last May, the President of the Republic issued a decree establishing the National Fund to support those affected by the earthquake, with the aim of providing them financial support and helping them overcome the resulting physical, material, or psychological harm. This decree represented the foundation of the basic directions in the National Action Plan approved by the Syrian government to address the repercussions of the earthquake from various aspects. And this to move from the emergency response phase of delivering relief work to the recovery phase. The Syrian Arab Republic reiterates that improving the humanitarian situation in Syria requires providing sustainable solutions to support the Syrians, especially after the earthquake. It requires increasing the size and quantity of early recovery projects in a way that reduces dependency on life-saving humanitarian aid and increases the Syrians' resilience. It would also help provide conditions for a dignified and voluntary return of displaced persons and refugees to their origins. However, this requires providing the necessary funding through international donors, fulfilling the pledges they have made. Mr. President, turning to the return of refugees, Syria declares before this international organization from this podium its readiness to welcome the return of every Syrian refugee who left their home, village, or city. We call upon our citizens who were forced by terrorist organizations to seek refuge to return to their homeland. The Syrian government has taken all necessary decisions in this field. We are cooperating with the High Commissioner for Refugees and the Arab Contact Committee to reach this noble goal. In this regard, I call upon Western countries that ask refugees not to return to their homeland to stop these inhumane practices. In parallel, Syria responded positively to the efforts and initiatives presented within the framework of the political track. It supported the approach of local settlement and national reconciliation as a way to restore conditions to normalcy all over the country. This would also strengthen national unity and the cohesion of the Syrian society. It has participated in the meetings held in the Astana format. It welcomed its results and maintained communication with the Special Envoy to Syria. Mr. President, the Arab Summit held in May in Jeddah, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has made a great achievement. It restored to the collective Arab position its shine, and to the Arab joint action its momentum. During that summit, the Arab countries affirmed their support for Syria in preserving its sovereignty and territorial integrity to overcome the difficult circumstances it's going through as a result of the terrorist war launched against it and the economic sanctions imposed upon it, in addition to the repercussions of the devastating earthquake that struck the country. Syria expresses its support and solidarity with the Libyan people in facing the repercussions of the hurricane and floods that struck the country, as well as the Moroccan people due to the devastating earthquake. Syria reaffirms its support for the right of the Russian Federation to defend itself and protect its national security in response to aggressive Western policies. In doing so, they are not only defending themselves, but also the rights of all of us to reject the logic of Western and unipolar hegemony. Syria commends the constructive and responsible approach of the Islamic Republic of Iran to return to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action from which the USA has unilaterally and illegally withdrew. It calls upon the United States and its Western allies to meet Iran's legitimate demands. Syria supports the One China principle. It supports the positions of the People's Republic of China in confronting attempts at external interference in its internal affairs, whether in Taiwan, Hong Kong, or Xinjiang, It stresses China's inalienable right to take whatever measures and steps it decides to defend its sovereignty, especially to counter the unprecedented escalation and provocation policy practiced by the USA against it. Syria condemns the unjust economic blockade imposed on Cuba for decades, including the U.S. administration's extension of the so-called trading with the enemy law. Syria calls for an end to the military action and exercises conducted by the United States on the Korean Peninsula, which lead to escalation of tension in this region. Syria also demands the lifting of all forms of unilateral coercive measures imposed by Western countries on the Russian Federation, Iran, Venezuela, Belarus, Nicaragua, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, and against my country, Syria. It considers them economic terrorism no less brutal or dangerous than armed terrorism, especially in terms of its catastrophic humanitarian effect on the targeted peoples. To conclude, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the platform of the United Nations General Assembly was created to be a platform for dialogue and public diplomacy among member states, and not a platform for leveling false accusations or launching hostile campaigns against each other. That is why we look forward to the current session of the General Assembly. Under your leadership, Mr. Francis, we look what can be achieved by working to translate it into real and serious action that contributes to giving all countries fair opportunities that ensure no one is left behind. It would also consolidate the position and status of the General Assembly as the most representative body in the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Khalil, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the Maldives. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, let me begin by congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election to this important high office. It is a testament to one of our key principles, that seeds can lead and seeds must lead. I also thank His Excellency Saba Koroshi for his leadership of the 77th session of the Assembly, and commend the Secretary General for his leadership and commit our full support for his tremendous work. Mr. President, our global community today grapples with multifaceted challenges, from ongoing and new conflicts to pandemics, climate change, to food insecurities, gender-based inequalities, to intolerances. Addressing them requires recommitting to the values of peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Mr. President, we firmly support your priorities. The Maldives has always been a principled and committed member of this organization. Just 5 days ago, we celebrated 58 years since we gained membership of the United Nations. In the past 58 years, the Maldives has reaped the many benefits that multilateralism has to offer. From being the poorest country on independence, we became only the third country to graduate from least developed country status. We have assumed leadership roles, and our track record, our credentials, and our achievements speak for itself. We have demonstrated that size nor vulnerability holds us back, but hope, commitment, and our principles drive us forward. We have approached every session of the General Assembly in this same spirit. And for the 78th session, the Maldives wishes to highlight 6 areas of focus that will guide our engagements in this crucial body. Mr. President, first, we will work towards ensuring a more fair, just, and equitable multilateral system, one that caters to everyone, but especially its weak and the smallest. Small states deserve a seat at the table. We have the most to gain from multilateralism and indeed the most to lose. Small states know that a rules-based international order, one where all states have an equitable voice, is essential. Small states know that shared problems can only be solved through shared solutions. Small states stand up for principles because it is those principles that will safeguard at our time of need. Small states like the Maldives have therefore always looked at ways to contribute. This is why we have put forward our candidatures to the Security Council for the term 2033 to 2034, the Economic and Social Council for the term 2027 to 2029, and to the Committee on the Rights of the Child for the term 2025 to 2029. Enhancing the representation of small states at decision-making bodies is essential to ensure that these organizations lives up to its ideal to leave no one behind. A fair, just, and equitable multilateral system also requires the revitalization of the United Nations as a whole. At the forefront of this revitalization is the much-needed reform of the Security Council, a goal the Maldives has advocated for from the very beginning. In 1979, we were amongst the 10 countries that requested for the inclusion of an agenda item on the question of equitable representation and expansion of the Security Council in the work of the General Assembly. Today, we reiterate our calls to increase the number of both permanent and non-permanent seats while ensuring equitable geographic representation. We reiterate our call for a dedicated seat for small island developing states in an expanded Security Council. We believe that this will make the Council more responsive and responsible. Mr. President, second, we must contribute to climate crisis. Warming beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius will lead to catastrophic ecological loss, causing severe damage to our lives and livelihoods. We have recognized that climate crisis is a threat to security, to development, and human rights at multiple platforms. We are proud to have led the work towards the adoption of the landmark resolution recognizing the human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, a milestone we celebrated in this very hall last year. Domestically, we will continue to display strong and ambitious climate action. We have a net zero target of 2030. We are conserving and protecting parts of our ocean marine species and coral reefs. And we are taking concrete steps to phase out single-use plastics. At the upcoming COP28, we must all raise climate ambition to secure our future for the future. As we approach the first ever global stocktake at COP28, science must be given precedence. We must make an urgent call to close the gap between ambition and implementation. A definitive roadmap to reduce emissions is in line with the Paris Agreement's main goals is crucial. We must also see adaptation as a universal challenge and demand adequate financing. We must operationalize and capitalize the loss and damage fund and scale up existing funding arrangements. Given the inherent link between climate and the oceans, we must also do more to protect this vast and important resource. As a large ocean state, we have an added responsibility to protect the ocean and its marine resources, a responsibility many of us share. We have seen the value of working together to fight climate change and protect our environment. Earlier this year, we asked the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on the obligation of states with respect to climate change. This is the historic Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted, promising to deliver for nature. The historic BBNJ agreement was adopted, and we call for international support to build capacity in implementing provisions of the agreement. We also call for ambition during the intergovernmental negotiations to develop an internationally legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. It is time to turn agreements into action. Mr. President, our third priority area is to renew our commitment to the 2030 Agenda with the provision of adequate and sustainable financing for development. The SDG Summit and the high-level dialogue on financing for development have already expressed our collective commitment towards addressing these issues. Today, we stand at the midpoint of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The Maldives showcased its progress, presenting our second voluntary national review in July at the high-level political forum. We identified that physical and digital connectivity can accelerate our achievement of the 2030 Agenda. Recognizing this, the government of Maldives has established an integrated national public ferry network which connects our widely dispersed islands to one another. We are also undergoing a digital revolution with the proliferation of online education, telemedicine, and e-payment systems. We are bringing services closer to the people who need them. These efforts are in turn supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises, the backbone of our economy. The provision of easy payment procedures coupled with enhanced physical connectivity has expanded the reach of MSMEs beyond individual islands. Issues like this are what we intend to bring to the 4th International Conference on SIDS next year. As co-chair of the preparatory committee for the conference, we witnessed a robust foundation laid out during the preparatory meetings for a forward-looking and action-oriented program of action for SIDS. We also recognize that sustainable development can truly be fostered with sustainable and affordable financing. We need a global response to guarantee the necessary liquidities support for developing countries, especially SIDS, to facilitate a recovery that addresses the scale of the debt burden exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so international financial institutions must reassess their eligibility criteria in providing concessional loans and grants. They must look beyond GDP as the sole measure of development. The answer lies with the early adoption and use of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We urge IFIs to use the index as a tool ensuring that vulnerabilities of developing countries are integrated into decision-making, enabling easier access to affordable financing and debt relief. Mr. President, our fourth area of focus is eliminating gender barriers and ensuring gender equality. Women deserve more than a seat at the table. They should play an active and equal role in shaping decisions. The Maldives is committed in its endeavors as a champion for women's rights and gender equality. One of our initiatives in this regard was the establishment of the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, celebrated every year on 24 June. We recognize the invaluable role of women in diplomacy who continue to lead us towards a more sustainable future. And it is our hope that the seats behind me on this podium will one day be occupied by women. Mr. President, together we must work to promote and protect human rights, one of the pillars of our foreign policy and our fifth area of focus. The need to protect human rights was the basis of our democratic journey. The right to express ourselves without reprisal, the right to peaceful assembly, the right to freely choose our leaders. These rights are sacred. This month, the first round of our presidential elections went ahead in a peaceful, festive, and an orderly manner. In this election, we saw a record number of candidates. We believe a sign of maturing democracy. We assure the global community that the runoff, which will be held in just a few days, will also proceed in a similarly peaceful, festive, and orderly manner. Our firm commitment to protecting human rights at home is mirrored by our international engagements. I am proud to share that with the recent ratification of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, the Maldives is now a state party to 8 of the core international human rights conventions. We also take great pride in our active participation in the Human Rights Council since its inception. We are glad to assume our role as a council member once again this year, also serving as the vice president from the Asia-Pacific group. We will work with all states towards the protection of human rights around the world. In this regard, we have recently made a written submission to the International Court of Justice demonstrating our support towards the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, a cause that deeply resonates with us. Their rights can only be most effectively protected through a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine. Mr. President, this brings me to our sixth and final area of focus, upholding international peace and security. The Maldives advocates for the unwavering adherence to the Charter of the United Nations. The people of Ukraine, Myanmar, and many other countries across the world deserve peace and prosperity. Most importantly, they deserve a dignified life. We must also work towards bringing non-traditional security threats to the forefront of global discourse on peace and security. Terrorism and violent extremism continues to plague us. It transcends borders. It has no single face or faith. As such, the Maldives remains resolute in its unwavering commitment to countering terrorism and extremism. We condemn the repeated and public acts of the desecration of the Holy Quran in some European countries. The repeated and public acts of the desecration of the Holy Quran cannot be justified under the guise of freedom of speech and expression, and is of grave concern. It is necessary to combat the rise of Islamophobia and hate speech through concerted global action. We will also continue to raise our voice on the links between climate change and sea level rise and peace and security, which are becoming more and more apparent. Mr. President, mutual respect and deep-seated cooperation are the cornerstones for effectively addressing our collective challenges. Together we have the potential to achieve peace. Together we can chart new paths towards sustainable development. And together we can leave behind a future that is better than what we found. The Maldives will continue to collaborate with all our fellow nations in the international community, united in our shared commitment to deliver that vision. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Maldives. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dennis Ronald Moncada Colindres, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Señoras, señores, el compañero.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Ortega, President of Nicaragua, wishes to send to you and to the world the following message. Mr. President, brother and sister delegates, the people of Nicaragua salute the peoples represented in this 78th General Assembly of the United Nations, with their heads held high, as always, because we have managed to live overcoming all the tragedies and catastrophes inflicted by the history of domination, cruelty, intervention, occupation, and interference in all aspects of our life, including our electoral processes, intervened in by the empires and their economic and military might, which they have used to try and destroy us and dominate us. We are living through the extinction of the imperialist, colonialist model of looting and genocide whose greed has impacted nature and our world. A world of many heritages, languages, and steadfast ways of life. In these times of decision and substantive change, and in order to recover all of our rights and values in the face of overwhelming criminal greed of colonialism and imperialism in all their manifestations, Nicaragua continues to engage in all the battles of genuine freedom for light and the truth that cannot be concealed. We are the immense and invincible force of a courageous new world, of peoples who do not allow themselves to be separated from hope or faith, and from our growing spiritual strength we demand respectful cooperation, solidarity, and human fraternity, so that everything may change, be transformed, and we may live peacefully and securely, working and prospering in our own sacred land, in shared destiny and prosperity. This world, which has now stood up and has started to make its way, claiming its own voice and identity, its ancestral and current knowledge, this world of a culture of peace, has spoken at the 78th United Nations General Assembly to continue with ever greater self-assurance and certainty, sowing, cultivating, and harvesting the indispensable transformations. Even at this United Nations, whose nature has been distorted, sadly turning it into a body that is servile and dependent on the powers that be. The new world, which belongs to us all, demands respect. It demands peace. It insists on peace, justice for everyone. It demands remembrance, history, reparation, and non-repetition. That is why, from this rostrum of the 78th General Assembly, we demand that the United Nations enforce the mandate of the International Court of Justice in The Hague, which in 1986 sentenced the United States of America to compensate Nicaragua, at least in part, for the costs of the destruction, permanent aggression, pain, and suffering of hundreds of thousands of families during the insane and vengeful war imposed on our country and our people in what was then called the counter-revolution. Of course, this will not restore lives. It does not alleviate the broken hearts of so many families and individuals, but at least it allows for rebuilding for all Nicaraguans the economic, social, productive, cultural infrastructure which those responsible shattered with their grotesque intervention, but which, as always, every time, was defeated by the honor, integrity, and glory of Nicaragua's spirit, by the grace of God. Sandino lives in each of these victories against nefarious and diabolical imperialism. And Sandino is in this room today, demanding that all of us comply and enforce the law and international law to indemnify the Nicaraguan people with what they deserve in all justice and truth. After having asserted so much the right to peace and life, insisting on what belongs to us, sovereignty, freedom, harmony, to make our way in our own destinies. We demand that the United Nations pronounce in its own right and order the government of the United States of America to comply with the historic judgment that condemned them and obliged them to recognize Nicaragua, and that the United States be forced to abide by it in all its commendable points. Nicaragua, with the dignity and heroism of our struggles, races, peoples, cultures, of living well, demands this closure, and also join the demand of all the peoples and countries that have spoken from this place to denounce the aggressive, interventionist, arbitrary, unjust policies whose coercive unilateral measures are not only illegal and illegitimate, but constitute a destabilizing, destructive, warlike method, imposing changes of government through coups d'etat, attempts to bring about coups, and acts of vandalism known these days as colour revolutions, causing grief to so many families among so many peoples. We stand in permanent solidarity with the peoples and countries that live through these uncivilized barbarisms, which indeed repeat the waves and echoes of the imperialist, colonialist, fascist models, which have caused the death of millions of human beings, imposing regimes of terror and deprivation, with shameful tides and unprecedented tsunamis of migration. These tragedies trace the desperation of injustice and the neo-colonial pretense to silence, dominate, and exclude, so as to continue plundering the wealth of the world's peoples. Entire countries have been laid waste in these brutal scorched earth policies, which seek to satisfy the beastly appetites of the earth's imperialists. Entire countries have been occupied, and their peoples sacrificed and massacred via the same atrocious policies and actions, violating all rights, which reinforce what we know and denounce here again as hate crimes. Our permanent and combative solidarity with the Palestinian people, the Syrian people, the Sahrawi people, the Eritrean people, the people in all those places that have wanted to create fascist and neo-Nazi enclaves. Our permanent and combative solidarity to all the peoples in struggle in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We are peoples and countries that resist and fight the blockades, the economic warfare, the systemic and permanent intervention in the social, cultural, economic, and political life of all of our institutions. As you note, more and more violations of all rights on top of one another. Our combative solidarity with the people of Cuba, with Martí, Fidel, Raúl, Miguel Díaz-Canel, over 62 years of murderous blockade. Our combative solidarity with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, where Chavez lives on, the struggle goes on, and where Nicolás has defeated all attempts at destruction. Our combative solidarity with the peoples and governments of our Central American region that do not bend the knee in the struggle for security, for peace, so as to confront and conquer the hell of poverty. our solidarity with Honduras and its brave president Xiomara Castro. Honduras, our fraternal neighbour, where Morazan and Sandino prevailed, our family, fraternal embrace, always in solidarity. Our combative solidarity with Bolivia, the great people of Tupac Katari, who are moving ahead amidst the same threats as always, with the people of Argentina and their sovereign rights over the Malvinas Islands, with Puerto Rico, brave and unstoppable in their just struggle for independence. Our strength is with the People's Republic of China, the power that today shows the world and the human family how solidarity, respectful cooperation, generous brother and sisterhood can be practiced and lived between older brothers and sisters, younger brothers and sisters, but all as one big family with a common destiny, such that we may fight to overcome the actions of dispossession and economic stagnation and poverty imposed as it is on so many peoples. Our active and combative solidarity with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in its historical battles for sovereignty and rights. To the people of Belarus, always dignified and in solidarity, our respect and recognition. Our solidarity and combative strength with the historic struggles waged by the Russian Federation for peace and security, for a world that we must all defend from the growing threats of empire and their neo-Nazi policies, their fascist emblems and contents, which intend to return us to the perversion of expansionism and wars of domination, which left millions of dead and families destroyed around the globe. Our support to the Russian Federation is an unwavering support and an inescapable human alliance for security, dialogue and harmony, essential, irreplaceable for the human community. Our solidarity and accompaniment with the Islamic Republic of Iran, another example of sharing and coexisting with peoples ravaged by imperial greed. Despite the incessant, excessive and infernal arrogance of those who think they are superior, we reaffirm it here today. They do not separate us, and together we travel along paths of courage and dignity. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen delegates, from this forum we demand respect for the United Nations system in order to return to its founding values. In this other world where we learn, keep ourselves abreast and continue defending just, sovereign, self-defined models based on the maxim respect for the rights of others is peace. Ex-Tercel Commander Human Chavez Frias had already expressed this before the United Nations General Assembly in 2005. He said the United Nations must be refounded, and this was taken up by Nicaragua's Foreign Minister of Dignity, Miguel Descoto, also President of the United Nations General Assembly, when in 2008 he raised the urgency of refounding the United Nations to serve the world's peoples. The United Nations has just held a meeting of heads of state and government of the G77 plus China in Cuba, which reached agreements of fundamental importance for the world, agreements that must be taken on board and fulfilled so that, with a consciousness of freedom and of the brother and sisterhood of the human family, we can continue to break the chains of slavery and dependence, of submission and subordination, of servile obedience, which the selfish, ambitious, and perfidious colonial imperial interest intends, even at this stage in history, to continue imposing on us. We look with hope and see the recent meetings and enlargement of the BRICS, which today, with Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and joined by Argentina, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Iran represent new forces and strength in the struggles for our economic and financial sovereignty as free and capable peoples. In the face of all the advances in science, technologies, techniques, including those pretentiously called artificial intelligence, as if not themselves the fruit of human intelligence, Nicaragua demands the full participation of the peoples who have made possible with our blood and resources these advances of the conquerors. We demand what is ours, the right to fully live this development, improving the conditions of labour, study and life by right of our peoples. At the same time as we propose inclusion, Nicaragua also proposes the rational, beneficial use of these resources of humanity, which in the hands of the malevolent constitute weapons of mass destruction against countries, peoples and communities. Always together, always advancing, as Sandino said, with proposals based on respect, consideration, brother and sisterhood, and a nation for all, based on our country's sovereignty. Nicaragua joins the intense search for and struggle to defend our inheritance of natural resources, our cultures, our languages, our ways of life, our original communities working every day and tirelessly for peace, which is not only a right, but an urgent necessity for the survival of humanity. That is to say, for life as we all deserve it. The aggressions which they arrogantly and hotly call sanctions do not define us, nor do they intimidate us, nor do they disable or bend us, nor do they lead us to sell out or surrender. We indeed do not know the word surrender. Allow me to reaffirm it. The aggressions which they arrogantly and haughtily call sanctions shall not define us or intimidate us, disable or bend us, or lead us to sell out or to surrender. We do not know the word surrender. Life is made up of daily struggles to assert what belongs to us. A world free of war, of chemical and nuclear weapons, of looting, ignorance, fraud, of new deceptions and brazen theft, including the assault on our talent. A world free of offences because war, looting and poverty caused by them, misery, pandemics, the lack of health, education, housing, the lack of favourable living conditions, all constitute offences that are degrading, humiliating, cruel, degrading, and an immense prison where human security is denied, promoting seas of exodus, bereft of dignity, cutting off hope, joy, culture, and life for the majority of the planet. A world free of brutality, free of aggression, of arrogance, a world free of supreme ignorance, a world free of hatred, evil, misery, a world free of sadness, of emotional toxicity, a world free of deformation, apathy, depression, intentionally created by drugs, which have become another form of terrorism, among so many other perversions and provocations that besiege us. A world free of impositions, a world of vigour, courage, values, a world committed to a simple, powerful, forceful common good. That love is stronger than hatred and that it can conquer all. Love, which we all so dearly need to build trust, so as definitely to install new horizons and prodigious futures. We want a world of spiritual beings who are also human beings, imperfect, but who can and must close ranks to recover the goodness and strength of this planet that we share. Above and beyond all the forms of terrorism inflicted on us, there is the spirit, the eternal flame, the insignia and axiom of our human condition. For that we fight. That is why we will win. And because of this, we will overcome. Written in Managua, 26 September 2003, Daniel Ortega Savera, Rosario Murillo. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency Song Kim, Chair of the Delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished representatives, allow me first of all to congratulate you, Mr. Dennis Francis, on your election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I am confident that your able stewardship will lead this session to an excellent fruition. I'd also like to appreciate Mr. Chaba Korosi, President of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, for his active efforts devoted to ensure the success of the previous session. Mr. President, peace, prosperity, progress, and development are the main purposes of the foundation of the United Nations, and they remain an invariable desire of the humankind as ever. Thanks to the joint efforts of the international community, the global public health emergency is terminated. However, the world has yet to be freed from the socio-political instability incurred by the malignant pandemic crisis COVID-19. This year, disaster-prone abnormal climate such as El Niño caused extreme high temperature, drought, destructive forest fire, and heavy rains in many countries and regions around the world, resulting in enormous human and material losses. It once again reminds us of the fact that the climate change is a pressing common task to which we should no longer remain indifferent. To make matters worse, some UN member states are instigating confrontation between camps and bloc forming in pursuance of hegemony and self-profit. Because of their prejudiced behavior, conflict and bloodshed among nations, forces, ethics, and religious sects continue unabated in the international arena. In order for humanity to successfully achieve the goals of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, braving through all these crises and challenges, we should seek correct ways and means to solve the problems while defending multilateralism under the UN and promoting unity and cooperation among countries on the basis of the international law and fundamental principles governing the international relations. Mr. President, this year, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea created its 75th founding anniversary. Recollecting its 75-year history of the DPRK, which has firmly safeguarded the dignity and sovereignty of the country and nation, and has laid solid foundation for self-respect and prosperity, even in the face of manifold trials and challenges, our people are firmly convinced of its thriving future to be more powerful. Challenges and trials of various kinds faced by the world in recent years created innumerable hardships and difficulties for the DPRK as well. but the government of the DPRK achieved encouraging and progressive and proud successes one after another in all sectors, including economic construction and improvement of people's living standards, overcoming the difficulties on its initiative by positive efforts. As the malignant disease mutates into new variants with a high transmission and immunity evasion and continue to threaten the existence and development of humankind, it controls and manages the anti-epidemic situation in a stable manner, relying on scientific and transparent anti-epidemic policy and entire people's strong unity of voluntary action. It is also accelerating the building of the state anti-epidemic capacity to successfully counter any future health crisis in a proactive manner. It has put considerable efforts into developing all sectors of the country in a simultaneous and balanced way. Thus, all sectors of economic construction are showing clear growth trend, and the agricultural sector opened up a prospect for increased stable production, even under the favorable weather conditions. Providing the people with affluent and civilized living conditions is the supreme principle that governs the activities of the Workers' Party of Korea and the DPRK government. Their people-first policy has ensured that ordinary workers are distributed with numerous modern dwelling houses free of charge this year too, as in the last year, and all children in nurseries and kindergartens are regularly given dairy products on a daily basis at the state expense by the well-established orderly system. The DPRK government has made dynamic efforts to cope with ever-worsening climate change and disaster-prone abnormal weather conditions. As a result, protection and improvement of the country's land and ecological environment are powerfully promoted on a nationwide scale, and the material and technical basis needed for building state resilience against disasters laid from the long-term perspective. The achievement made in national economic development and improvement of the people's livelihood, even amidst harsh conditions, is a precious fruition of patriotic and devoted efforts of the entire Korean people, striving to bring earlier a happy future for themselves and prosperity by dint of self-reliance and self-development. Mr. President, for the Korean people aspiring to a perfect and substantial attainment of the grand objectives for overall national prosperity, it is the first and foremost requirement for them today to defend the security environment and development interest of the state. However, high-handed and arbitrary practices of some member states have created an unpleasant situation on the Korean Peninsula this year that runs counter to the theme of the current session, oriented towards peace, prosperity, and progress for all. Owing to the reckless and continued hysteria of nuclear showdown on the part of the United States and its following forces, the year 2023 has been recorded as an extremely dangerous year, that the military security situation in and around the Korean Peninsula was driven closer to the brink of a nuclear war. From the beginning of the year, the United States and the Republic of Korea made hysterical remarks of confrontation, such as end of the regime and occupation of Pyongyang, in flagrant violation of the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter. They staged largest-scale joint military exercises of clearly aggressive nature, one after another, on our doorstep, including the Freedom Shield, Sangyeong Combined Joint Fire Annihilation Drill, and Ulji Freedom Shield. After fabricating the so-called Nuclear Consultative Group in April, committed to the planning, operation, and execution of a preemptive nuclear strike against the DPRK, the United States is now moving on to the practical stage of realizing its sinister intention to provoke a nuclear war by frequently dispatching strategic nuclear submarines and strategic nuclear bombers carrying nuclear weapons in and around the Korean Peninsula for the first time in decades. The formation of the tripartite military alliance among the United States, Japan, and the DPRK has also put into practice its long-sought ambition for Asian version of NATO, thus introducing a new Cold War structure to Northeast Asia. Mr. President, the current dangerous situation on the Korean Peninsula is attributable to the United States in its attempt to realize its ambition for hegemony by all means, overestimating its powers. But due responsibility also lies with the incumbent DPRK ruling forces that try to impose the scourge of nuclear war on the nation, obsessed with pro-US submission and fratricidal confrontation. Only a few days ago, at this very place, Yoon Suk-yeol unreasonably denounced our just and legitimate measures to enhance national defense capabilities, and even went further to make provocative remarks about the normal development of cooperative relations among our friendly neighbors. Development of equal and reciprocal relations between and among independent sovereign states is not an issue for the DPRK to interfere in, as it is no more than a colony of the United States. Ever since the current puppet government came to power, the whole area of the DPRK turned literally into a military colony of the United States, powder keg of war and military outburst due to its sycophantic and humiliating policy of depending on outside forces, and the Korean Peninsula is in a hair-trigger situation with the imminent danger of a nuclear war outbreak. The reckless acts of the U.S. and its following forces are exerting irreversibly destructive impact on the regional political military situation and security structure as they drive the situation of the Korean Peninsula into actual armed conflict. Given the prevailing circumstances, the DPRK is urgently required to further accelerate the build-up of its self-defense capabilities to defend itself impregnably. It is only too natural that the more reckless military moves and provocations of the hostile forces are intensified, threatening the sovereignty and security interests of our state, the more our endeavors to enhance national defense capabilities would increase in direct proportion. The DPRK remains steadfast and unchanged in its determination to firmly defend the national sovereignty, security interests, and well-being of the people against the hostile threats from the outside. The U.S. and its following forces should look back on the consequences of their hostilities committed so far, tarnishing the image of our state and gravely infringing upon our sovereign security and fundamental interests, and make a right choice, judging what the end result would be. Mr. President, Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, said, "We should not tolerate the imperialist moves for aggression and war against sovereign nations. Instead, we should struggle to ward off the danger of war and defend global peace and security." Now the United States is arbitrarily judging other countries by its unilateral hegemonic values, and it is imposing inter-camp confrontation upon them, creating deep division and conflict among states. As the U.S. is seeking political-military collusion on an unprecedented scale for alleged cementing alliance and reviving and expanding worldwide such aggressive military bloc as NATO, whose days are numbered, the world is now faced with the worst security crisis after the World War II. No country or region in the world can be said to be secure as long as there exist high-handed acts of dominationist forces posing a threat to other nations' security, while scheming and inciting bloody confrontation, coup d'etat, and war in different parts of the planet in pursuit of the hegemony and expansion. The current reality urgently demands the United Nations to strictly adhere to the principles of impartiality and objectivity, and to fulfill responsibly its mission and role enshrined in the UN Charter, in keeping with its mission to save the present and future of the humanity from the scourge of war and realize international justice. The issue should be addressed before anything else in the UN activities is to ensure that the Security Council is not allowed to be used as an instrument of specific forces for pursuing their geopolitical purposes, but strictly observes the principles of objectivity, impartiality, and equity, befitting its heavy responsibility for maintenance of international peace and security. It was only a month ago when the UN Security Council disgracefully convened meetings to debate as separate agenda items the legitimate right to satellite launch and human rights issue of the DPRK, a full-fledged UN member state. It is nothing more than an insult to the spirit of the UN Charter and deliberate negligence of its mission that the UN Security Council put on the table the just and independent right of a sovereign state and groundlessly took issue with the human rights situation of an individual country. It has no relevance at all with its mandate of maintaining international peace and security. On the contrary, the UN Security Council has never expressed concern of the US and its following forces' nefarious nuclear war exercises against the DPRK and continued deployment of strategic assets which clearly constitute a threat to peace and security of the Korean Peninsula and the rest of the world. In defiance of strong protests and criticism of the international community, Japan discharging nuclear contaminated water into the ocean at long last, thus causing irrevocable damage to the safety of humanity and marine ecological environment. Nevertheless, the Security Council is keeping silence, and furthermore, some permanent members do not even hesitate to resort to irresponsible acts of instigating it. The failure of the Security Council to carry out its inherent duty and responsibility of defending global peace and security has its root cause in the unfair and double-standard behavior of the United States and some UN member states obedient to it. If the Security Council does not observe the principles of sovereign equality and respect for sovereignty enshrined in the UN Charter, it will never live up to its reputation as representing the general will of the UN member states, and instead will only earn a shameful name of the inner room of the United States. In order to prevent the high-handedness and arbitrariness of specific forces, including the US in the Security Council, it is essential to reform the West-led irrational structure of its membership, and to this end expand and strengthen the representation of developing countries which make up the absolute majority of the United Nations. The Security Council should also put an end to the acts of discrediting sovereign states, interfering in their domestic affairs, and fomenting confrontation and division by tabling issues detrimental to its mission and mandate. The delegation of the DPRK avails itself of this opportunity to extend full support to Cuba, keeping up the banner of socialism invariably in the face of the heinous sanctions and blockade and subversive scheme by the United States. We also strongly reject and condemn the U.S. economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba, the decades-long economic genocide, and its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism, and demand their immediate withdrawal. At the same time, we call for immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of all coercive and unjustifiable measures against Syria, Venezuela, Iran, and other independent countries. We also express our invariable support for and solidarity with the Palestinian people in their righteous cause to regain their legitimate national rights, including establishment of an independent state with East Quds as its capital. Mr. President, distinguished representatives, independence, peace, and friendship are the foreign policy ideals consistently maintained by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The DPRK will in the future too forge unity and cooperation with all countries and nations that aspire after independence and love justice, while opposing and rejecting aggression, intervention, domination, and subordination, regardless of differences in ideas and systems. We will also expand and develop diversified exchanges and cooperation with the capitalist countries as well that respect our country and are friendly to us. Thank you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mark Hamain Araba, Chair of the Delegation of Benin. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the great honor and privilege fall upon me on behalf of Mr. Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin, to speak on behalf of him as follows, and I quote, "It is my pleasure to start by expressing my warm congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your brilliant election to the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly, and express my wishes to you of full success in accomplishing this great task. I take this opportunity to also address my congratulations to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Kazwaza Korosi, and Benin is very pleased to have seconded him as a vice chair, and would like to congratulate him on the remarkable manner in which he presided over the work of the 77th session. I could not conclude my initial remarks without thanking His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his active and constant commitment to achieving the noble objectives of our common organization in the context of a number of pressing challenges today more than ever. Mr. President, here we are once again gathered in the context of the general debate, an annual meeting of the community of nations, not just to discuss burning issues of current affairs around the world, but especially to provide political orientation to make it possible to create a viable consensus as to the means of resolving these issues. Before I begin, I wish to address my warm greetings from my government and the Benin people as a whole. Benin is a nation that is attempting in an untirable manner to uncover to itself and for the entire world its potential, its advantages, and to fully play the score that is its score in the concert of nations in favor of a more united and prosperous humanity. Indeed, for more than 7 years now, Benin has methodically been implementing major reforms as set forth by 2 successive programs created by my government in order to achieve the SDGs. And efforts undertaken have thus brought us to a growth rate of beyond 4% in 2016, which rose to 7.6% in 2019 and 2020. And to integrate, become a part of, through this growth, the middle income country group. These results strengthen our conviction that underdevelopment is not a fatality and not fated. In order to ensure economic growth and to ensure that we are able to seek social development, my government has undertaken a number of measures to eliminate poverty, strengthen human capital. Untiringly, we seek to improve the living conditions of our people through the achievement of flagship and implementation of flagship programs in action in the area of urbanization, sanitation in our cities, access to energy and potable water, as well as education, healthcare. All of this is taking place in a peaceful political environment with the successful organization last January of legislative elections that were free and transparent and strengthened the plurality of our national political landscape. Despite the many achievements of my country, we remain aware of the many challenges, economic challenges especially, that persist, as well as what is at stake socially, and the risks in terms of security given the sub-regional environment. Mr. President, Benin is located in West Africa and must grapple with a series of complex challenges and a complex dynamic, especially in the area of security and political stability. Indeed, it's no secret to anyone that, politically speaking, the West African sub-region is in the grips of political instability and serious governance issues. Moreover, the security threat has intensified in a number of countries, given the combined effects of terrorism, violent extremism, and piracy. Resolving these problems requires international and sub-regional cooperation, as well as ongoing commitment to sustainable development and democracy. As a country of peace, Benin remains attached to the very ideals that prevailed at the creation of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and at the sub-regional level, and at the level of the Organization of the United Nations, at the world level, and will endeavor to make its contribution to solving these problems, all of which require an international response which is coordinated, and a strengthening of cooperation at the planetary level. Mr. President, the topic that brings us together today, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. This theme is in perfect keeping with the SDG 2030 Agenda and requires an assessment of our implementation of Agenda 2030 at this stage. In the very specific context of the world with a number of different crises, especially the alarming effects of climate change, the war in Ukraine and its consequences, political upheaval in a number of countries. With all of this in mind, we address this new session while humanity continues to face a number of complex challenges. Recent years have been particularly grueling for people around the world. Indeed, they have highlighted the fragility of our world in the context of globalization, the COVID-19 pandemic, and its ensuing consequences. In a world shaken by convulsion, broken by inequality, and defenseless against new threats, the United Nations must remain, for all peoples of the planet, as a beacon of hope, of solidarity and humanism, and we must preserve it at all cost and strengthen it. This theme returns us to our responsibility and commits us to once again renewing our faith in the ideals of the United Nations Charter. It reminds us of the urgency of collective action in order to find lasting and ideal solutions to the challenges of our time, the most pressing of which is achieving the SDGs between now and 2030. These challenges underscore more than ever the crucial role that needs to be played by multilateral institutions for our collective security and prosperity. Benin, therefore, supports all initiatives that will contribute to the strengthening and ambitious overhauling of world governance through appropriate reforms around three major pillars. First, overhauling the United Nations, which is our deepest wish, requires full recognition of the fact that our world has changed a great deal since 1945. And if we wish to uphold the promises of the Charter, United Nations governance needs to be reformed with a view to adapting the organization to the challenges of our times. This is the time, then, for my delegation to renew its support for the reform agenda proposed and launched by the Secretary General in the areas of security, development, human rights, and peace. Moreover, the acute crises shaking the world and geopolitical changes which have taken place since 1945 require a recalibration of the balance of power in the United Nations, especially at the Security Council. And in this regard, Benin advocates for effective and immediate reforms to be undertaken, geared to making this body more representative and more effective, especially through increasing the number of representatives on the Council, be they permanent or non-permanent, in keeping with the African position as set forth by the El Zawini Consensus and the CERT Declaration. This overhaul should also take place at the level of the multilateral trade system, with more equitable trade rules in place that would govern the international environment in such a manner as to favor developing nations. Production and creation of value added, access to markets, and inclusion in all parts of the worldwide value chain. Finally, it requires overhaul of the world financial architecture in the current context. No one qualifies the financial great breakup or the world financial system. And it's difficult to effectively juggle the impact of world crises on southern countries in a way as to promote the proper development of the finance system and sustainable development. Halfway to the Sustainable Development Program and 2030, at this point we need to increase our chances of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals that we set for ourselves. And this requires an approach that goes beyond the classical mechanisms of aid to development. And we need to move towards productive direct investment at the lowest levels and over longer terms, as long as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Mr. President, it's only with courageous reform that are supported by a political determination which is clear and affirmed that we will be able to effectively face the great modern challenges that require our organization to play on its credibility and national public opinion, even on the international scene, and leverage that. And these challenges include, inter alia, peace and security, including cybersecurity, democracy and human rights, access to water and energy in a sustainable manner which is respectful of the environment, health and education, fighting poverty and inequality, be they economic, social, or other, climate change, biodiversity and the environment, food security, migration, and many other items. These interconnected challenges require international cooperation. They require concerted action and innovative solutions to solve the problems of the modern world and to build a more sustainable and equitable future for all. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the credibility of our organization will moreover be judged by our aptitude to finally, in an equitable and lasting manner, bring peaceful solutions to issues that have been around for decades. And my delegation would like to address some of them at this point. First, peace and security in the Middle East, especially the Palestinian question. And here, Benin would reaffirm its unwavering support for diplomatic initiatives geared to creating a Palestinian state with full international sovereignty and living in coexistence, peaceful coexistence with the State of Israel. Second, the trade, economic, and financial embargo imposed on Cuba by the United States. My delegation is of the view that flexibility and lifting the embargo will allow the Cuban people to meet the many crises that are currently taking place on our planet. In this context, we call for specific measures to be taken towards definitively lifting the embargo and normalizing relations between these two countries, both of which are friends of Benin. The issue of Western Sahara is an issue that we believe deserves a definitive solution by leveraging the political process and what has been achieved in that progress under the auspices of the Secretary-General of the United Nations in the context of implementing the relevant resolutions of the Security Council on this matter. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the future of our organization, the United Nations, our common organization, depends on our collective responsibility to endow it with the means to strengthen itself and to contribute to the future of a world governance system that would be more inclusive, that upholds its promises and guarantees a better possible future for the people of the United Nations, especially young people. My delegation will continue to work with all countries that share this ideal. Thank you for your kind attention. End of quote.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Benin. I now give the floor to His Excellency Damiano Bellifi, chair of the delegation of San Marino. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Excellencies, on behalf of the government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate His Excellencies Dennis Francis on his elections as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish him a fruitful work. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations in these difficult and challenging times. Mr. President, the coming years will be crucial not only for our future, but for that of generations to come. The promises of the 2030 Agenda are in danger. Despite years of sustainable development gains, millions of people have fallen into poverty, and hunger and malnutrition are becoming more pervasive. We are concerned by the multiple interlinked crises that are pushing our world over the brink, especially developing countries. The crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, migration and forced displacement, the cost of living crisis, the water, food, financial and energy crisis are threatening our planet and people and derailing progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Moreover, the intensification of conflicts in many parts of the world, together with natural disasters, which have become more frequent and intense, are causing human suffering and compromising the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, the increasingly evident interrelationships among global challenges highlight the need for member states, today more than ever, to work together to overcome difficulties. No individual state, even the most powerful or technologically advanced, has the capacity to face the global challenges on its own. San Marino reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism, with the United Nations at its center and in particular in the framework of the General Assembly as the most representative body of the United Nations, on account of its deeply democratic nature, universal participation, and undisputed legitimacy. We need to strengthen our commitment to implement existing agreements, such as the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Biodiversity Convention, international law treaties, and to make the necessary reforms to the system. We need to revitalize the United Nations by reinvigorating the multilateralism if we want to pursue credible solutions to the global challenges. To this end, it is essential to rebuild trust in the potential of the organization, in its leadership, and most of all, trust between its members and all the stakeholders. Moreover, the global governance must become more inclusive and accountable to be effective by providing more space for the participation of civil society and private sector. It must ensure sustainable finance by catalyzing a new generation of public and private investment in global goods, but also by strengthening the global financial safety net in order to make it possible for member states to access to international funding during times of crisis. Reforms must remain at the center of our action because they are crucial to future world stability and maintenance of international peace and security. In this regard, San Marino follows with particular interest the Security Council reform. As we have stated on previous occasions, our country believes that intergovernmental negotiations favor the search for an agreement based on a broad and strong political consensus, able to reflect the interest of all negotiating groups. San Marino calls for a reform that makes the Council more democratic, transparent, efficient, and accountable. This goal can be achieved only through a continuous dialogue among member states and the awareness that overcoming the respective initial position is essential to negotiate the broadest agreement possible. Mr. President, we are facing difficult times with an unprecedented level of violence, mass atrocities, and displacement. San Marino is deeply concerned about the number and the scale of armed conflict across the globe, which cause immense suffering to millions of civilians. San Marino is also very concerned about the alarming increase of dangerous nuclear rhetoric and nuclear threats, which reinforce the image of a dark future instead of a sustainable one. Any use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is irresponsible and totally unacceptable. Unfortunately, today the risk of a nuclear weapons use, either deliberately or by accident, is higher than at any time since the Cold War. Nuclear weapons use would cause massive death and destruction and would create catastrophic and prolonged consequences on human health and well-being, as well as on the environment. San Marino reaffirms its commitment for a world free of nuclear weapons and attaches great importance to the milestone treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons that currently has reached more than 90 states signatories. Mr. President, the war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for the civilian population, including civilian death, the destruction of vital infrastructures, and massive displacement. San Marino condemns the Russian aggression against Ukraine and supports Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its international recognized border. At the same time, San Marino welcomes all international efforts for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter, the resolution of the General Assembly, and international law. San Marino supports the obligation under humanitarian law, such as the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the Rome Statute, and the Geneva Conventions. San Marino reaffirms its full commitment to the International Criminal Court, whose work is crucial in the fight against impunity for genocide and crimes against humanity, and it represents one of the core elements for the implementation of the responsibility to protect. The ICC, through its work, fosters accountability and thus promotes prevention and reconciliation. Mr. President, armed conflicts around the globe have dramatically impacted the lives of millions of civilians and resulted into continued and massive displacement. San Marino is alarmed by the unprecedented food and nutrition crisis affecting hundreds of millions of people around the world. The protection of civilian infrastructures is key to ensure food security in time of conflict. When infrastructures and tools essential to the survival of civilians are damaged or destroyed, food production and distribution, water delivery, sanitation, energy provision, and healthcare can all be disrupted. San Marino calls on all parties to implement Security Council Resolution 2417, which condemns the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, as well as the unlawful denial of humanitarian access. Furthermore, San Marino supports Security Council Resolution 2573, which condemns attacks against critical civilian infrastructures indispensable for their survival. Mr. President, San Marino is particularly concerned about the high number of grave violations against children reported also this year in the Secretary General's report. Armed conflicts continue to devastate children's lives and to compromise their fundamental rights. We are witnessing an increase in attacks on schools and hospitals. This is unacceptable. San Marino firmly condemns attacks on schools and hospitals, as well as their use for military purposes. Healthcare and education are fundamental children's rights that must be always preserved. We reiterate our support for the Safe School Declaration. Educational facilities should be a safe place for all children, students, and teachers. We are also concerned for the substantial increase in the recruitment and use of child soldiers. We call on all member states to ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the Involvement of Children in Armed Conflict. We also encourage all parties to support other important tools such as the Paris Principle and Commitments and the Vancouver Principles. San Marino supports the work of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict and of her office, and welcomes the new action plans and commitments that have been signed or that are in progress. Mr. President, the increasing number of conflict shows how diplomacy, mediation, and conflict prevention are tools to be strengthened for a sustainable peace. Today, more than ever, political solutions, inclusive peace processes, a conflict prevention strategy, and a strong faith in multilateralism are required. Today, we face several and interrelated security challenges. Access to natural resources is one of them, while climate change is increasingly both an existential threat and a key driver of conflict. The link between the climate emergency and security issues is self-evident, and it needs to be addressed within the Security Council in order to respond to the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable communities. The effects of climate change are causing sufferance to the most vulnerable communities, especially to small island developing states, the least developed countries, and those affected by conflict. Rising sea levels, poor precipitation, and record temperatures exacerbate the risk of instability by reducing harvest, displacing communities, and destroying infrastructures. Climate policies and green transitions offer opportunities for reducing the devastating effect of climate change. It is imperative to address the challenges posed by climate change through ambitious mitigation, adaptation, and implementation of the loss and damage agenda and an adequate climate finance agenda. If we fail, they will have devastating effects for the planet as well as development and human rights. Mr. President, without immediate acceleration of SDGs implementation, our world will endure new periods of crisis and uncertainty. The recent SDG summit represents a chance to scale up efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, including through development cooperation, SDG investment, enhancing macroeconomic policy cooperation, and implementing action to accelerate sustainable development, in particular in support of developing countries. San Marino commits to accelerate action to remove all legal, social, and economic barriers to achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. We support the empowerment of other vulnerable groups, such as youth and people with disability, aiming at the realization of and full enjoyment of their human rights. For San Marino, it is essential to continue to work for an inclusive and equitable quality education, including early childhood education, digital education, and stress the importance of addressing the gender gap in education. In this regard, we welcome the outcomes of 2022 United Nations Transforming Education Summit. San Marino calls on all member states to spread the benefit of digitalization by expanding the participation of all countries, in particular developing countries, in the digital economy. We also believe extremely important to accelerate the transition to sustainable food system and promote healthy nutrition, diets and consumption practices, and to recover momentum and accelerate efforts to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition. In this respect, we welcome the outcome of the 2023 UN Food Systems Stocktaking Moment, which served as the first global follow-up to the 2021 Food System Summit. Moreover, as promoter of the resolution, which established the 29th of September as International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, San Marino firmly believes that the fight against food loss and waste will contribute to promote food security and welcomes all the initiatives aiming at developing awareness in such responsible behaviors. In conclusion, Mr. President, if we want to build inclusive, equitable, and peaceful society, it is essential to find new ways of working together and to ensure that multilateral institutions will be able to address the rapid changes taking place. Member States must assume their responsibilities, including that of making our organization able to fulfill its mandate, which is to protect the citizens of the world. Thanks to its century-old history of peace and freedom, San Marino is a state with a strong vocation to dialogue and solidarity. Our state is small but proud to bring its contribution to the work of the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of San Marino, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Ray, chair of the delegation of Canada.
Mr. President, I'm very honored to speak to the General Assembly on behalf of the Government of Canada. I recognize that I'm doing so on the traditional territory of the Lenape people. First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election as President of the General Assembly. If I may say so, it's wonderful to see a member of the PR community taking charge, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the time ahead. I'd also like to offer our sincere condolences to all those who have lost loved ones in the terrible floods in Libya, as well as with our dear friends in Morocco who are mourning the many lives that have been taken by the devastating earthquake. Let me assure you that Canada stands ready to assist in whatever way we can facing these challenging situations. And we're thinking today, as we see the very, very tragic photographs and videos of the Armenians who are leaving Nagorno-Karabakh after such a challenging experience over the last several months, indeed years. Mr. President, just before coming to New York, I had the opportunity to work with an Indigenous Council of Leaders in Northern Ontario in Canada, and they had what I thought was a very effective slogan, which was quite simple. It talked about the power of unity and the dignity of difference. And I think it's a theme that we should perhaps think about. Sometimes people talk about the failure of the United Nations. And I point out to them that, no, it's the divided nations that are failing. When we are united, we succeed. It's when we are divided that we fail. And so I want to suggest that we need to seize this time and all the times that we have to make a difference, but we'll only succeed if we come together. We are at the halfway point in trying to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which we all agreed we would work on 8 years ago. We recently adopted the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, and we are approaching the first global stocktaking of the Paris Agreement. But listening to the speeches this last week, it's been very clear that there is a profound consensus that we are very far behind where we need to be to meet the commitments that we have all made to our populations and that we have all made to one another. The health of our planet, of our people, of our institutions, the well-being of all of our populations, and indeed our global economy are all at serious risk. When I met earlier last week with Wilton Littlechild, who's a former Grand Chief of the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and a member of Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and yes, a negotiator of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, he's talked to me very directly about how it's so critical that we not look at the issues in isolation. As we speak here, we go from topic to topic and from things that we have to cover to the next thing we have to cover. But it's important that we see them all as a whole. We need to recognize how things are connected. Combien de gens dans vos...
Like many people in your countries, I can assure you that Canadians, they are also worried about the cost of living. They are also concerned about artificial intelligence, foreign interference, misinformation and disinformation. Canadians are also experiencing climate and environmental crises as you know full well, as citizens of New York know full well too. This summer, Canadians saw the most destructive forest fires in its history. We've never seen anything like it before this summer. We see how interconnected we are. These fires were on a never-before-seen scale. They're burning at the same time everywhere. And this was not unique to Canada. Fires ravaged on an unprecedented scale around the world. And this was not a glimpse of our future. It rather bore witness to our present. Our response to these complex challenges must not be complacent. It must not be divided or rose-tinted. This is not an issue of pointing the finger or of looking for panaceas. What is important is to take concrete measures to help address, both in Canada and around the world, the challenges that we are faced all together.
We are taking steps at the national level, of course. And it is entirely right and normal that all of us would be taking steps at home to deal with the crisis that we face. For example, in Canada, we've made a decision to admit more people into our country than ever before, because we have found and discovered that immigration has made us a better country and it's made us a better place to live. We've also decided to put a price on carbon, because we know that we must do everything we can to stem climate change, even as we know that we have to do more ourselves. We believe strongly that reducing emissions is a duty that is shared, but so is the need to ensure something else, and that is the access to capital on longer terms and with more favorable rates to help in the green transformation of the global economy. That is why we have now agreed to donate more of our special drawing rights at the International Monetary Fund. As the Prime Minister announced last week, we have made the decision to grant 48% of our own drawing rights to other countries. That's the highest number among those who have the drawing rights, and we would encourage others to follow that example. We've also continued to search for ways to break down gender barriers and to end systemic racism, to not be afraid to describe it as such, and to say that it's something we have to continue to deal with, to protect and to promote the rights of two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual individuals and communities in all their diversity. And let me say from this platform why we do that and why I describe it in this way. It is because it is so fundamental to human nature itself to let people be themselves, to let people be who they are, and to have the right to celebrate their own identity without repression, without division, without discrimination. It's foundational for us. And yes, so is walking the path towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Because with full humility and in full recognition of our own faults, we have found strength in diversity, purpose in equity, and unity in inclusion. And like many others, we have found greater peace in finally admitting the truth of who we are. Mr. President, late last month, at the invitation of the government of Panama, I had the opportunity to visit the Darien Gap, which is the jungle that serves as the border between Colombia and Panama. I saw the irregular migration crisis unfolding there, as we call it, where, in real terms, what is it? It's hundreds of thousands of men, women, and especially children who are risking their lives to cross the gap. The sheer number of people who are crossing and on this journey is shocking, and it has to be seen in a much broader light. I had the chance to speak with individuals from many different countries, of course from the region, but also from Afghanistan, from China, and from Syria. And this regional crisis, which is now very much in the Americas, is part of a global crisis. There are today over 108 million people that are forcibly displaced around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Rohingya remain displaced in Bangladesh and in their native Rakhine, as the military junta continues its brutal and illegal crackdown in Myanmar. In Afghanistan, where the de facto authorities are repressing the rights of women and girls, over 5 million people are displaced or refugees. After more than 12 years of war, more than 12 million Syrians are internally displaced or refugees in neighboring countries. 2 million have now been displaced by the conflict in Sudan, including those already scarred by the genocidal violence in Darfur.
Conflicts are the main driver of this global crisis, much like climate change, natural disasters, and economic insecurity. Those who are seeking to cross the Darien Gap are fleeing all of these factors. The numerous people who are trying to cross this gap showed me the consequences of our action or of our inaction here at the United Nations. And my visit strengthened my profound conviction that what we say and what we do here at the United Nations is of crucial importance to the lives of the people we represent. We must remember our collective power. As I said earlier, power lies in unity and not in division. And we must remember our responsibility too, to do as much good as possible for as many as possible. I was also moved by the remarkable work done by the United Nations and humanitarian organizations that I visited. And we see it around the world that humanitarian needs have reached historical levels. However, funding is clearly insufficient. We know well that the most sustainable solutions are political ones. They must attack the underlying causes of humanitarian crises while finding lasting solutions that respect human dignity and human rights, and that create sustainable frameworks for economic development and prosperity. This is just as true in Afghanistan as in Myanmar, in Syria and in Sudan.
We're also at a crossroads, as you said, Mr. President, in your opening address. We're at a crossroads in history on two issues that are closely linked: gender equality and democracy. I was in the hall when the President of South Africa was speaking, and he eloquently reminded us in his speech that the achievement of the SDGs depends on the empowerment of women in all spheres of life. He called for the provision of adequate health services to every woman, child, and adolescent, every kid, and made a passionate plea for the equal representation of women in decision-making. President Ramaphosa is absolutely right. Yet, sometimes today, we are told at the UN, when we're in our negotiations, that gender is too divisive an issue. We're told that to seek ambition in this area is insensitive. I've heard these words myself, that it should be put aside for compromise. Well, I could not disagree more. For us, gender equality is not an issue to be bartered against perceptions of progress, nor is it just a nice to have or something that can be said but always has to be qualified. Gender equality, the equality between men and women, the equality between all human beings, it is core to our dignity. It is the foundation of freedom. It is the foundation of justice. And it is the foundation of peace. If we cannot treat ourselves as equals, we will never achieve the things that we want to achieve. It's also essential in our work on financing for development and in the reform of the global financial architecture. And we are committed to responding to the calls of developing countries in these discussions. As I've mentioned before, it's not just what I say, it's what we do. And what we have done is indicate and take the decision that we're moving forward with respect to the SDRs, as we've been asked to do. Sustainable economic growth cannot be realized if the opportunities for women, who represent half the population, are suppressed. At the same time, as we put great emphasis on the importance of equality, we also have to uphold the values of free and democratic societies. We cannot bend the rules of state-to-state relations for political expediency, because we've seen and continue to see the extent to which democracies are under threat through various means of foreign interference. But the truth is, if we don't adhere to the rules that we've agreed to, the very fabric of our open and of our free societies may start to tear. We also have to protect and promote the principles of equality and universality of access to health care for all, including sexual and reproductive health rights for all women. By building open, inclusive societies, and by promoting and protecting human rights for all, everyone benefits. And this is how we get closer to equality and get closer to justice. Monsieur le Président.
President, I turn now to the situation in Haiti. We must also work together to address this urgent crisis, the humanitarian, political, and civilian crisis in Haiti. Last week, Prime Minister Trudeau convened a meeting of the ad hoc advisory group on Haiti that Canada is proud to chair. We are grateful for the participation of leaders from Haiti, from Caribbean countries, and from many others. And I very much appreciated the speech made here this morning by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jamaica. We heard clearly that the security situation in Haiti is going badly. Rape is systematically being weaponized. Violence, corruption, and impunity are the norm. So we support unreservedly the increase of efforts deployed by the Security Council to address this situation as a priority. The offer from Kenya to lead a security support assistance mission for Haiti shows its leadership and solidarity. We also welcome the pledges of contribution made by Jamaica, the Bahamas, and other countries. And we also commend the countries and the international organizations who've joined the International Security Assistance Coordination Group, which was announced in June by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada, Ms. Melanie Joly. Canada has made significant investments in the security sector in Haiti, and we will continue to do so. We encourage others to join us in this effort. At the same time, we are continuing our appeal for an inclusive political dialogue, and we encourage, again, all stakeholders to work together in a spirit of compromise for the benefit of the Haitian people. It's essential to re-establish constitutional order, to pave the way for free and fair elections, and ultimately attack the root causes of the violence. But above all, a comprehensive approach, one that supports Haitian-led solutions, and one that includes urgent measures in the field of security, humanitarian assistance, and development. This is essential.
For everyone living in Haiti is a precondition for all else that we must do. But in so doing, we must reinforce this security by working on the humanitarian crisis and on the development crisis and on the political crisis. We have to show what we can do in this joined-up effort. Mr. President, over the past decades, the Middle East and the wider world have struggled with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It was an issue in 1945. It's an issue today. Today, Canadians are greatly concerned by the trajectory of the conflict, noting in particular the rising levels of violence in the West Bank and in Israel, the continued risk of escalation between Israel and Gaza and groups in Lebanon, and the continued growth of Israeli settlements that do not have a foundation in international law. The measures and rhetoric that make two states impossible has to stop. We are committed to the goal of a just, a comprehensive, and a lasting peace in the Middle East, which includes the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and in security with Israel. We urge both parties to return to the negotiation table and make the difficult compromises that will be required to achieve this result. We firmly believe that unilateral actions that jeopardize efforts for peace and the failure to embrace all that is entailed in creating two states not that are bickering and at war and fighting each other, not that are threatening each other, but two states that are living in peace, in mutual recognition, and with this concept of the dignity of difference. Unless we get there, we will only have deeper conflict, and this has to be avoided. Monsieur le Président.
President, the path that we take together at this crossroads in history will determine the future of our organization. It will also have an impact on the life of all of our citizens. We've seen the power of the veto of the permanent members of the Security Council used to prevent the Council from reacting to atrocities and aggression. We support a self-limitation of the veto by all permanent members in situations where civilians risk committing atrocious crimes. We also support efforts that seek to increase the number of elected members of the Council in order to guarantee fairer representation of a larger number of developing countries around the world. And we challenge all the permanent members to accept more fully and more publicly the need to become more effective, more inclusive, and more transparent. It is the time for reform. This appeal does not simply stop at the Security Council. All of our intergovernmental processes of all bodies of the United Nations must become more efficient. We must be open to making the necessary changes. It is for us to decide. Yes, we are halfway to 2030, and yes, we are behind schedule. But we are also capable of correcting the situation and move forward together. Canada is convinced that we can do this. Multilateralism has always evolved. In the past, it was the case, and this will be the case in the future, but we must act. Our institutions don't need to be static, and this includes the international financial architecture. We've done our work with Jamaica, with our colleagues from Barbados, Ms. Motley, the Secretary General. We all believe in the possibility of change and for progress and significant progress to be made. We are going to continue to invest, as we have done in the past, because we think that it is the United Nations. We believe in the United Nations, and we believe that this organization can help build lasting peace.
Conclude on a somber note. What remains the greatest threat to global peace and security today? And there's no getting around it, there's no avoiding it and not calling it for what it is. And that is Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We wake up every morning, our time, to the news of which city has been bombed, which children have been maimed, which communities have been destroyed. The Charter clearly commits us all to end the scourge of war. Those are the first words of what we are determined to do. The Russian Federation signed the Charter. And yet, despite that signature, for 580 days, the Russian Federation has waged an illegal and an immoral war of aggression against a fellow member of this organization, Ukraine. The Russians went to the International Court of Justice and said, no, it's not an invasion, it's self-defense. We're exercising our jurisdiction under Article 51. And besides, there was a genocide caused by the Ukrainians. And the only problem with these arguments is the court has looked at them and said, no, it's not true. This is an invasion of one country by another country. It's the most fundamental breach of the Charter one can imagine. The costs of this war are staggering. There's, first of all, the unimaginable costs counted in lives. Thousands and thousands. Hospitals, schools bombed, people displaced, children abducted, forcibly deported. President Zelensky was right when he said it's a global natural disaster. It's caused volatility to food and energy prices when the global economy is already struggling. And what has Russia's response been to this? Well, first of all, to deny that it's happening, to call it a special military operation that's caused by Article 50, generated by Article 51. These are just lies. It's not compatible with what we know and can see are the facts. Russia has also blocked the Black Sea Grain Initiative. It's holding the world's food supply hostage. It's causing the price of living to go up in every single country in the world. It's putting millions of people unemployed in countries all around the world. It's turning countries against each other. We have to realize Russia does not have the best interests of any of us in mind. And we simply cannot allow President Putin and his enablers to pretend the Charter doesn't exist, to make a mockery of this foundational law in the relationships between us. Truth is, Russia has committed a terrible aggression. It is committing a terrible aggression each and every day. We have a report earlier this week that tortures are being committed as a matter of state policy. And we believe Russia has to be held accountable. And we are determined to see justice served. Canada welcomes the indictments by the International Criminal Court against President Putin and his Commissioner for Children's Rights, because we believe that no one is above the law. But what has the Russians done even this week? This week, they've issued arrest warrants against three senior officials and judges of the International Criminal Court. The president of the International Criminal Court, who speaks from this dais every year, describing the work of the court, is under an arrest warrant from the Russians. Imagine what it would be like that we live in a world where, imagine in everyone's country, if some criminal who's charged says, well, that's fine, I'm just going to take out the Chief Justice. These are terrible things. We're going to do everything we can to support Ukraine as it continues to defend itself, its people, its identity, its sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. We believe this is fully in line with our commitments under the Charter and international law. And we believe as well that it's the war that is not legal. And it is the war that is fundamentally immoral. And it is a war that has been started by Russia, and Russia can end it. Russia could end it right now by simply saying it's over and pulling its troops back. End of war. There'd be no invasion of Russia. It's over. Peace would come. People say they want peace. Tell that to the Russians. They're the ones who can create peace with a snap of a finger. So let me go back to where I started, Mr. President, just to say, we have to seize the time that we have to make a difference. Nous devons saisir.
We must take the opportunities that we have before us to make a difference.
Ourselves the ability to create unity where there is division. We have to find inside ourselves the capacity to recognize the importance of accepting differences. And if we can do that, then we can create a United Nations that will be worthy of the name. That is our job, that is our obligation, and that is the work we have to do. Thank you very much.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Canada, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Odo Tevi, chair of the delegation of Vanuatu.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to deliver this address on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Mr. President, at the outset, let me sincerely congratulate you on your well-deserved election as President of the 78th session of this August Assembly. I assure you of the full support and cooperation of the Vanuatu delegation during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Korosi, for the many remarkable achievements of the General Assembly under his leadership during challenging times. May I also congratulate the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his determined and skillful leadership of the United Nations to promote peace, security, and development. I would like to extend Vanuatu's sincere condolence to the government and people of Morocco and Libya who were affected by the devastating earthquake and floods. Vanuatu stands in solidarity with both countries during these difficult times. Mr. President, we are meeting at a time of unprecedented global crisis and uncertainty. We are failing to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We are hurtling from one emergency to the next, unable to address global shocks from the new technologies, pandemics, rapidly changing economies, and accelerating poverty and inequalities. We are putting the existence of future generations at risk. The world is standing at a historical crossroad. Geopolitical tensions are exacerbating the global challenges of our time. The world is apparently facing with multipolarization and conflicting interests from major powers. Lack of trust amongst the major powers is weakening the foundation of multilateralism. These challenges are global in nature and therefore require deepened international cooperation to resolve them. Our respect and adherence to the international rule of law is a necessity. The UN Charter is no exception. We need a renewed commitment on multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. We welcome the UN Secretary General's Our Common Agenda for Peace, an initiative we see as a transformative tool for effective multilateralism. Vanuatu welcomes the theme for the 78th session, Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, relevant to address the current global challenges and to accelerate
the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, despite the changing international environment, the United Nations has proven that it can be strong when the will of its members are harnessed for positive collective action. The most recent successful BBNJ agreement, the breakthrough in loss and damage funding at COP27, the successful Pacific Islands Forum ICJ Advisory Opinion Resolution initiated by Vanuatu, and the Global Agreement on Biodiversity, a notable testament of effective multilateralism. The guiding principles of these extraordinary institutions are the promotion of international peace and security, development and human rights, and the eradication of poverty. Latest in a chain of events challenging these principles is the Ukraine conflict. The danger of escalation of the war in Ukraine further justifies Vanuatu's resolute calls for a nuclear-free world and a universal arms trade treaty, which are necessary measures to prevent global human disasters. In this regard, we must find a quick means to reach consensus in nuclear non-proliferation. We can find comfort in initiatives such as the UNSG's A New Agenda for Peace, a tool that offers us a unifying vision anchored in trust, universality, and solidarity. It can help us address all forms and domains of threat, from the prevention, peacemaking, and peacekeeping to peace building and sustainable development. I remain firmly convinced that the challenges that have come so sharply into focus in recent years and months emphasize the call by Vanuatu and many other member states for the reform of the UN Security Council and other UN agencies. This reform is overdue and is critical to reflect today's global realities. Mr. President, we are halfway through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda with worrying lack of progress. Decades of development gains have been undermined and in some cases refaced by COVID-19, climate change, and rising inflation, threatening the success of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, in its accelerated development path, Vanuatu leads a holistic and transformative approach focusing on economic, social, and environmental development, national well-being indicators, as well as building a peaceful society based on democratic institutions and human rights. Putting the SDG agenda into action is not merely a government priority. It is an inclusive national undertaking across all state institutions, including the civil society. In the lead-up to the 2030 deadline, the Vanuatu government this year convened a 6-day national summit of the people from 25 to 30 July 2023, where all stakeholders, including academia, corporate, youth leaders, and civil society representatives across Vanuatu, revisited and committed their efforts to implementing the People's Plan 2030, Vanuatu's development roadmap. Mr. President, as we renew efforts to double down on our commitments to the 2030 Agenda, we must acknowledge that the climate change is the defining existential challenge of our time and has proven to set back decades of development progress. While our countries are the smallest contributors to global climate change, we find ourselves on the front line of the crisis. On March this year, Tropical Cyclone Chudi hit the archipelago of Vanuatu, followed by Tropical Cyclone Kevin just 2 days later. The twin cyclones affected about 60% of the total population. Assessment estimated the total effects amount to around 43% of GDP, and the total recovery needs were estimated to be around 70% of GDP. Leading into COP28, we once again emphasized the absolute imperative of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Global efforts in this regard remain woefully inadequate, as reflected in the recent IPCC 6th assessment report. This report confirms that we are dangerously close to overshooting the 1.5 degree limitation goal. Drastic actions are required in this critical decade to course correct. We need to not only fulfill the commitments that we have already made, but also increase ambition to close the mitigation gap in line with the available science. Not addressing it is a death sentence to small states like Vanuatu. Given the existential threat imposed by climate change, Vanuatu, together with a core group of 18 countries, took the resolution seeking an advisory opinion on climate change from the International Court of Justice to the General Assembly, which was adopted by consensus on March 29, 2023. To date, states and intergovernmental organizations such as the IUCN and the EU have received permission from the ICJ to provide submissions to the court. This is a unique opportunity in our history, and I encourage member states to prepare and present their submissions and make representations at the ICJ. While Vanuatu acknowledges the critical role of the Paris Agreement to affect climate change, Vanuatu believes that this agreement does not go far enough to address the current increase in fossil fuel production. As a consequence, in May this year, Vanuatu hosted the 5th Pacific Regional Energy and Transport Ministers meeting and culminated in the Port Vila Call to Action, which aims at a just and equitable transition towards a fossil fuel-free Pacific. Together with Tuvalu, we are leading a call for the establishment of a global alliance to negotiate a non-proliferation treaty to facilitate ending fossil fuel expansion, equitable phase-out of fossil fuels, and global just transition to renewable energy. Mr. President, reliable data has indicated that the Pacific Seas has only received 0.22% of the global climate funds. This is quite remarkable given that we face the gravest threat from the impacts of climate change. The provision of sufficient, predictable financing for implementing climate change adaptation and mitigation remains a significant gap. With the support from the development partners, we are doing our part to start construction of climate-resilient infrastructure and projects promoting sustainable resource management to assist mitigation and adaptation work. However, more support and investments are required. I wish to reiterate that climate finance must be separate and scale up and be in addition to development finance. Both are critical to meet the development challenges we face. The promised 100 billion climate finance must also be fully delivered, providing climate-vulnerable countries like Vanuatu much-needed funds for adaptation and mitigation. As we approach the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals and the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, progress recorded so far is very worrying. We therefore cannot overemphasize the urgency of accelerating implementation of the Sendai Framework as an integral part of the 2030 Agenda. We acknowledge and applaud the Secretary General's call to protect everyone on Earth through universal coverage of early warning systems. We are delighted to see that some Pacific Island countries are included in the Secretary General's projects on early warning system. Vanuatu has undertaken the following measures, among others, to strengthen disaster risk management in the context of the climate change discourse. 1, the new Disaster Risk Management Act, a tool that is built around preparing for and responding to disasters at the national, provincial, and local level. And secondly, a national land subdivision policy that takes a more comprehensive approach to risk reduction and climate adaptation for land development across Vanuatu. Vanuatu's experience with cascading natural disasters has promoted the need to incorporate disaster risk reduction in developing planning to ensure that national development framework is risk-informed. We have come to realize that DRR must be mainstreamed into the SDGs to ensure effective implementation and resilience. Mr. President, COVID-19 has exerted considerable fiscal pressures on our country's economy. The tourism industry was hard hit, losing approximately 9.1% of revenues. Significant GDP contractions led to large fiscal deficits, leading us to maintain temporary fiscal measures such as tax cuts and other spending, supporting response to the pandemic. These temporary support measures come at the expense of building fiscal buffers to withstand against fiscal shocks. We need to strengthen regional and international cooperation, global solidarity, coordination, and governance at the highest levels through a multi-sectoral approach to development, prepare for and respond to pandemics and other health emergencies in the future, particularly in developing countries. Mr. President, besides the inherent natural disasters that affect Vanuatu each year, the interlinked global crises are also placing immense pressure on the local economy. Bilateral and domestic resource mobilization alone cannot avenge the impact of the global crisis. We face an enormous financing gap to solve the climate emergency while ensuring poverty reduction and sustainable development. So to close the SDG financing gap, all financial sources must contribute towards significant, rapid, and exponential scaling up of investments towards the SDGs. The reform of the international financial architecture to respond to the global challenges is therefore very crucial. Access to grant-based finance for transformational adaptation development is an ongoing effort, ongoing challenge, exacerbated by restrictive eligibility criteria for accessing development financing. In this regard, we see the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index as a welcome development. We look forward to its adoption at the General Assembly later in the year. Just like many developing countries, debt sustainability remains a priority issue for us. Debt relief or restructuring will create a necessary fiscal space to grow and focus on other priority needs. We also need to support from donor partners to access technical assistance and build capacity to allow for better debt management and increase debt transparency. In this regard, we welcome the formation of the IMF and World Bank Sovereign Debt Roundtable as a framework for discussing options for debt resolution. Mr. President, while we acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our major development partners towards our development aspirations, reliable data has shown that aid flows to the Pacific small island developing countries have been declining in recent years. The decline in aid flows has had several negative consequences for Pacific small island states. For Vanuatu, this has made it more difficult to invest in essential infrastructure, such as roads, schools, and hospitals. It has also made it more difficult to address pressing challenges, such as climate change, disaster risk reduction, and social protection and economic diversification. South-South cooperation, which is a complementary to North-South cooperation, is critically important for Vanuatu. Just like North-South cooperation, strengthening and expanding South-South cooperation in the future will be crucial for Vanuatu to achieve its 2030 agenda. Mr. President, in 2020, Vanuatu graduated from the LDC status. The government is working actively to implement our smooth transition strategy with support from our development partners to minimize any negative impacts of graduation. The focus of our transition extends from simply mitigating the loss of existing LDC support measures to negotiating new ways of thinking about how we move forward and new ways of working with trade and development partners to achieve national development aspirations. Mr. President, as we look ahead to the future we must picture a world of freedom, one that is free from predominance of colonial rule, persecution, and human rights abuses. Today, 17 non-self-governing territories remain under the purview of the UN Special Committee on Decolonization. Accelerating the decolonization agenda is critical. It is a process that must be guided by the aspiration and needs of the territories on a case-by-case basis. Constructive dialogue is essential. The concerns of the territories are varied, and we must ensure space in this august body to have their voices heard. Mr. President, I wish to reiterate the imposition of cohesive economic measures, including unilateral sanctions against developing countries, constitute a major impediment to economic and social development and seriously hinders dialogue and understanding among countries. Such actions not only undermine the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and the international law, but also severely threaten the freedom of trade and investment. In this vein, we continue to call for the uplifting of economic embargo on the Republic of Cuba. Mr. President, today we face unprecedented and interlocking crisis. The multilateral system is under greater strain than any time since the creation of the United Nations. Effective multilateral responses are urgently needed to prevent and resolve conflicts, manage economic uncertainty, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. Amidst the recent challenges posed on the UN Charter, it remains our compass. Let us work together for a better world. I thank you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Vanuatu, and I now invite His Excellency Omar Hilale, chair of the delegation of Morocco.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to congratulate you, Mr. Dennis Francis, for your election to preside over the 78th session of the General Assembly at the United Nations. I wish you success in your endeavor. I would also like to commend the special efforts of His Excellency Mr. Chaba Korosi, your predecessor, who presided over the previous session. Allow me to seize this opportunity to reaffirm our support to the initiatives by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, to empower our organization so that it can address the urgent global challenges included in our common agenda. We look forward to participating and contributing in the Summit of the Future in 2024. Mr. President, allow me to express the deep thanks and appreciation of the Kingdom of Morocco to their Majesties, Highnesses and Excellences, kings, princes, heads of state and government, and ministers that expressed their solidarity and support to Morocco following the earthquake. I would like to thank them for their readiness to stand with my country to fight the repercussions of this natural disaster. The Kingdom of Morocco has faced the repercussions of this earthquake, which led to the death of 3,000 people and injured 5,700 others. It also led to grave material losses. We face those repercussions with determination, seriousness, and solidarity, and these are the values of Morocco. Since the beginning of the earthquake, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, gave his noble instructions to mobilize all state institutions, including the Royal Armed Forces, the government institutions, local authorities, public forces, and civil prevention teams, to take all the necessary urgent actions to accelerate the rescue and relief of the injured and to provide assistance to families affected. We immediately established an interministerial committee to develop an urgent program for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of affected areas. The Kingdom of Morocco was under the effective leadership and the direct supervision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, and we passed from rescue and relief, urgent rescue and relief, to reconstruction and rehabilitation of affected areas. His Majesty gave his noble instructions to adopt a well-studied and ambitious program to provide strong, consistent and quick response to all the repercussions of this natural disaster. We allocated about $12 billion for this program from our budget for the next 5 years. The first phase of the project covers all affected areas and provides services to 4.2 million people. This program was adopted following the identification and detailed assessment of needs. It includes programs for the reconstruction of homes and the rehabilitation of affected infrastructure. It also promotes socioeconomic development in the affected areas. This multilateral program will be funded from the states budget from the contributions of the committee and the special solidarity account established to address the repercussions of the earthquake, as well as from international support and solidarity. His Majesty the King stressed the need for the rehabilitation and reconstruction to be consistent with the architectural specificities and the traditions of the areas. It must respect the dignity of its people and their norms and traditions. In line with these measures, all the components of the Moroccan community inside the country and abroad took part in national efforts to provide assistance to those in need. This proved the strong national solidarity in our society in these difficult circumstances. Mr. President, the earthquake in Morocco, as well as the tornado and floods in sisterly Libya, as well as climate change, continue to represent the biggest challenge to humanity in the globe. This is why today, more than ever, there's a need to promote prevention, resilience, international cooperation as part of the international community's priorities. This session is being held in a very critical global context that is facing different geopolitical tensions, climate change, poverty eradication, migration, terrorism, hate speech, pandemics, and natural disasters. However, the pace of current technological and scientific progress might be a source of hope, provided that current challenges lead to international solidarity and cooperation to promote scientific research, including artificial intelligence, and to encourage the equal sharing of their benefits in strategic priorities such as health security, energy transformation, food and water security, modern technologies, and fighting natural disasters. The current circumstances require national policies in line with or consistent with our international commitments by focusing on the promotion of resilient societies through a comprehensive approach based on equity and social justice to achieve sustainable development. This also requires us to promote a multilateral system based on solidarity and cooperation with the UN at its center. This approach was adopted by the Kingdom of Morocco in line with the noble instructions of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, to launch structural workshops, especially the new development model, to promote sustainable development, energy transformation, social coverage, and fight natural disasters as part of a comprehensive vision that is in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. His Majesty King Mohammed VI attaches great importance to the empowerment of women and the family in general. This is why today he sent a noble message to His Excellency the Prime Minister to review the Personal Status Code through consultations with the participation of all stakeholders to submit amendment proposals for this code within 6 months. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Morocco expresses deep concern regarding the spread of hate speech, especially through social media. This sows the seeds of division within societies, cultures, and states, and exacerbates violent extremism. It is rather the main factor of global instability. This is something stressed by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, in his noble message to the participants in the 9th session of the Global Forum for the Alliance of Civilizations, held in Fas on the 22nd and 23rd of November 2022. He said, and I quote, Our civilization has never confronted such risks. Coexistence has never faced such tremendous daily challenges. Rarely did we fear and suspect others like today. And rarely was every trigger event used to instigate fear and hatred like today. End of quote. We reaffirm Morocco's full rejection and condemnation of every assault on religious symbols and sacred books. We strongly denounce the desecration and burning of the Holy Quran. This insults more than 2 billion Muslims around the globe. This is a violation of the basic rules of human rights. The relevant countries should take all the necessary measures to stop such violations. In line with this position, the Kingdom of Morocco tabled in July this year a resolution on fighting hate speech adopted by consensus by member states at the United Nations General Assembly to condemn this desecration of sacred books. For the first time, it classified such acts as a violation of international law. The resolution also called upon the Secretary General of the United Nations to organize the first conference on hate speech in 2025. We recognize the important role of sports in bringing states together and spreading a culture of peace and tolerance. This is why the Kingdom of Morocco submitted a candidacy jointly with Spain and Portugal to host the 2030 World Cup finals. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, stressed the importance of this candidacy by saying how unprecedented it is. It brings together 2 continents and 2 civilizations, Africa and Europe. It unifies the 2 banks of the Mediterranean and promotes the aspirations and ambitions of the people of the region for further cooperation, understanding, and communication. Mr. President, we remain attached to a final political solution for the fabricated regional conflict in the Moroccan Sahara to promote development, stability, and peace in the region and the African continent. Morocco continues to support the efforts of His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations and his special envoy to relaunch roundtables with the same format and the same participants, especially Algeria, the main party to this conflict, in line with Security Council Resolution 2654. We reaffirm once again that the final solution can only be political, realistic, and practical based on consensus. The Initiative for Autonomy, as part of the Kingdom of Morocco's territorial integrity and national sovereignty, remains the only solution to this fabricated regional conflict. There is no alternative for this solution. On this basis, more than 100 countries today from all over the world support the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. Around 30 states and regional organizations opened consulates in Al Ayoun and Al Dakhla, stressing their full support to the Moroccanness of the Sahara. As part of our new development model for the southern regions, we allocated until today $10 billion and we implemented about 81% of this project to promote the socio-economic development of this region. This made it a regional hub for trade between Africa and the rest of the world. The special representative or the special envoy of the Secretary General, Mr. Stefan de Mistura, saw firsthand these achievements during his visit of the two cities of Al Ayoun and Al Dakhla in the Moroccan Sahara in the beginning of this month. These great efforts are part of the noble instructions of His Majesty the King, included in his speech to commemorate the 47th anniversary of the Green March on November 6, 2022. He said, and I quote, "Our defense of the Moroccanness of the Sahara is based on a comprehensive approach that includes diplomatic and political work, the promotion of social, economic, expresses deep concern regarding the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Tindouf camps in Algeria. Algeria, the host country, delegated its authority illegally to a separatist armed group with confirmed close links to criminal and terrorist networks. This perversion requires the attention of the international community because Algeria refuses to register and count the people detained in the Tindouf camps. This is a blatant and clear violation of international law and the repeated calls by the Security Council since 2011. The non-registration of people detained in the Tindouf camps allowed for the looting of humanitarian assistance sent to them. This was confirmed in reports by international, regional, and non-governmental organizations, latest of which a report by WFP in January 23. Mr. President, we stand in full solidarity with the sisterly Libya following the unprecedented floods that led to grave losses in lives and properties. We express our full, genuine condolences to the people and state of Libya, as well as to the families of victims. We wish the injured a speedy recovery. In line with the noble instructions of His Majesty the King, God bless him, we will always stand with the legitimate Libyan institutions and we support international efforts to solve this crisis in this country in line with the agreements reached by different Libyan parties, especially the UN efforts to reach a permanent political solution to the Libyan crisis in line with the Sukhairat Agreement of 2015. In this vein, Morocco hosted a series of meetings that led to an agreement between the Speaker of the House and the Chairman of the Libyan High State Council in October 2022 to implement the outcomes of the Buzamnika meeting to unify the executive. In Buzanika, from May 23rd to June 6, 2023, a meeting was held for the joint committee, the 6+6, which includes the House of Representatives and the Libyan High State Council, to prepare for the electoral laws. It led to major agreements on the organization of elections in Libya. Mr. President, the Palestinian question is a national priority and it is a cornerstone in our foreign policy. We call for avoiding any escalation and violence so as to prevent the situation from getting out of control. We call for sparing the Middle East further tensions which derails the peace process. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, as President and Chairman of the Al-Quds Committee in the OIC, expressed the importance attached by the Kingdom of Morocco to the Palestinian question by saying, I quote, With the same seriousness and determination, we stress Morocco's position to ensure a just solution to the Palestinian question and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people to establish an independent state with East Jerusalem as a capital to protect the stability and security of all the peoples of the region. End of quote. We reject all unilateral measures that jeopardize the historic and legal status of Al-Quds al-Sharif. We support the Palestinian Authority led by His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas and its decisions to protect the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people to achieve their ambition to establish an independent state with East Jerusalem as a capital on the lines of 4 June 1967, in line with the internationally agreed upon two-state solution and in respect of the principles of international legitimacy and relevant resolutions. Mr. President, in conclusion, it is our responsibility as member states to provide the necessary conditions to ensure the success of our organization by providing it with the necessary resources and political will to ensure its reform so that we can build a more just and human multilateral global order based on solidarity. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, God bless him, has already stressed this in his noble speech before the 59th session of the General Assembly, where he called for the following, and I quote, promoting trust in the United Nations as our humanity's living conscience, as the cornerstone of a new global order based on comprehensive peace and security, collective development, equality, tolerance, democracy, and fraternity. End of quote. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Morocco. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate. I will now deliver a statement as President of the General Assembly. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 1 week ago, I stood before you, your heads of state and government, your ministers and representatives, and I spoke of the need to unite the nations. I made a call to action for all states to find within themselves the will to act together in solidarity. I am encouraged by the progress I have seen over this past week. 136 heads of state and government, as well as 40 ministers, spoke at this rostrum, a record in recent times. Hundreds of voices of civil society and public and private stakeholders were heard at headquarters. There were only 20 women leaders who spoke during the general debate, down from 23 last year. During High Level Week, I had the privilege of reconvening the platform of women leaders, following in the footsteps of my predecessors. I spoke to many leaders of the need to recognize that women's voices, aspirations, and rights matter at every level, from the grassroots to the global stage. And it begins with investing in education, particularly for girls. Let us be resolute in our commitment to inclusivity and to ensure that no woman, no man, indeed no one, is ever left behind. Excellencies, the General Assembly held 7 high-level meetings, and we delivered no less than 4 major political declarations covering universal health care, work to end tuberculosis, pandemic prevention and preparedness and response, and the need to urgently and ambitiously scale up sustainable development progress. The last mentioned declaration, a result of the SDG Summit, is a particularly remarkable win. It is recognition of the promise we made in 2015 to drive sustainable development, as well as a commitment to push harder and close the gaps. This speaks to the continued relevance of the General Assembly and the commitment by the United Nations to deliver peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability to the peoples of our world. These developments are a